Time for bike 8, 44.33. Bike 8, 44.33.
44.33. First, Jeff Blake, second on 41.27, and third, Jonathan Wright, then 309.57. Right, get the power down, watch the back line.
I did down in Cornwall where I went.
Very tidy. What turn it in? Just edges the curve as he leaves that good corner.
Time for bike 803, 51.54. Bike 803, 51.54. Time for bike 818, 46.62. Bike 818, 46.62. Time for bike 864, 49.10. Bike 864, 49.10.
I've seen a lorry through the factory. Fuck off.
Time for bike 881, 53.35. Bike 881, 53.35. Time for bike 969, 45.14. by 969 45.14.
969 45.14.
Time for bike 974, 57.53. Bike 974, 57.53. Time for bike 988, 61.41. Bike 988, 61.41.
Floppy already in that one.
Time for car 108, 43.81. Car 108, 43.81.
That's a lovely wave. That's a worth wave.
That's
that
a
was.
rougher one.
That was a worth wave. This man's been trained.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a glorious Wiscombe Park for this 36th 500 Owners Association Hillclimb. And We've got a fantastic day ahead of us with both cars and motorcycles in action. It's more than just the 500s and the V-twins. It's a wide-ranging entry, and the first half of the splendid annual Hillclimb weekend here at Wiscombe, the classic weekend with Vintage Sports Car Club in action tomorrow. My name is Marcus Pye, and I'm in the commentary box outside Wiscombe House, and we've got a view of the start line through the first corner, and then up towards the gate where competitors go zigzagging through the forest effectively to Sawbench hairpin, then up the top straight, Castle Straight towards Martini, the last hairpin, which is a left-hander, which takes them over the finish line. It's a wonderful course, and one on which I've had many very pleasant days out over the years as a journalist and a competitor, and commentated at a few as well. Back in the day with my old colleague Pat Jennings on the national Hillclimb rounds here. There is also of course the Wiscombe Championship, which is in full swing, and that's supported by Tillicoultry Quarries. Wallace Menz is concerned. He's multiple British Hillclimb champion, putting something back into the grassroots of the sport. And of course we've got the Wiscombe regulars, Walbridge Motor Club, in charge of the action with all their logistics to keep everything moving as swiftly as possible. There will be moments during the day when there'll be lulls, etc. At the moment we're in the practice sessions, the cars and bikes going up in batches, and we've got second practice due to start fairly shortly. We've got the cars queuing up now to come out of the paddock for the first of our second run batches. We've got some streaming here which is going out on the YouTube channel, which is brilliant, and we will try to keep up with all the action as we go through the day. Of course, when we come to the timed runs proper, then competitors are striving to beat their rivals and to land a class award at the end of the day. There's a fine programme available, and well worth picking up a copy of that if you can. I'm sure you can pick one up from the tent at the bottom of the competitors' paddock, and that will run us through the action. The first of the car classes is a real mix with cars ranging from the 1950s through till the modern period. In fact, I think the most modern is probably a 2020 example. So we've got cars from 1955 coming right the way through. But we'll see older cars as the day goes on. We've got a TR register class with Triumphs, everything from TR2 and TR3A2, TR7 V8, and a Triumph Acclaim as well, unusual competition car. We have Morgans as well. Following the Morgans, we've got Vintage Sports Car Club registered Rileys, which are always a treat to see, and taking us back to the 1920s, 20s and 30s Rileys. Then we've got a further class for Vintage Sports Car Club cars. Austin 7s in a variety of competition guises come out next, followed by a couple of Fraser Nashes, and we'll see more Nashes out tomorrow with the VSCC. And then we go into the 500 Owners Association racing cars, which really from the end of the 40s right through to the end of the 50s. There's also a 1960 Formula Junior car running among those. We've got the V-twins as well coming out of the type which won the British Hillclimb Championship at the back end of the 1950s. Allard Owners Club cars are here too, plus group sports racing cars over 1300cc. Downton Motor Club class, Richmond's organisation, as was in the village of Downton, the old Ibsley racetrack and Fording Bridge in Salisbury. So very, very close to this venue really. And then got an ACU permit Morgan three-wheeler class as well, plus bikes, trikes and sidecars as well. So it's a fascinating day's sport here at Wiscombe Park. Hillclimb's been running here since 1958. I think that first event ran on the same day as 500cc alumnus extraordinaire Sterling Moss won the Portuguese Grand Prix in Vanwall. So 10 years after he won a race on the opening day at Goodwood in 1948, he was winning the Grand Prix, and Speed Hill Climb was kicking off here at Wiscombe Park. Just going up the hill now, I recognise that, the bright orange Porsche 914, which is Keith Hume, a fine artist, and somebody who's worked in motor cars much of his life. Some fantastic visuals. Been involved in some design aspect of the sport over the years. So that car is on its way up. That's one Traveller comes to mind. Not running in any necessarily in the quality. They're running batches to qualify, but you might see them running slightly out of order numerically. Go where they can. They run together. This is the number 18 car. This is Ben Abbott's in the 1955 Morris Minor Traveller. Of course, been modified over the years. It's got 1275cc engine. It's got that BMC-A engine. We'll see in other cars during the event. That will be showing colours Tiger 6. I think that's online. That's yes, it is. It's just going through now. I've lost it behind the bush. Here it goes. 7 type car in the style of the sort of Lotus 6s and 7s that have been prevalent in motorsport for decades now. Caterham celebrated its 50th anniversary a couple of years ago. They took on the license to build Lotuses. Continuations of that. Lovely Ford Anglia going off now, the 105E of John Reed. I think Ford made Ford Anglias with 2.9 litre engines in them, but this is a much modified car. It's beautifully turned out. It's charging up now towards the first of our hairpins. There it goes through. That saw bench any moment. Here it comes. Slowing fast out is what you want. Saw bench hairpin, building speed onto that top straight, and up he goes. Trying to do the nearly at the top, lifting the inside rear wheel through Martini. Now we've got the Audi TT running with Kevin Baker and Darren Mower sharing this one. Double driven cars, not unusual in Hillclimb to maximise the value of your sport. Very distinctive, these TTs. This is quite an early example going back to 2001. They don't look dated at all, absolutely fantastic. CR2 going now. That'll be Gordon Martin. Going on the enlarged 2.3 litre engine.
I want my ex-wife used to and unreasonable. I had some a couple of weeks lads don't finish in there, all their KFCs, the bags are coming out the window and they're just... And I also had a my driving school class. Or I'm going to pick it up myself and I'm going to throw it all back in your car all over the place. So it's up to you.
Into the Morgan class now. +4s, +4s, and the +8s with the V8 engines among them. Cars from Malvern. Over 100 years old, and of course Morgans went to Le Mans for the first time in the 1930s. Latest Morgans been quite extensively featured on television recently. Wiscombe Hill with two very distinct elements to its character. You've got the open parkland section from the start through Wiz Corner and undulating, hesitate to call it straight, it's a pretty quick section up past the tree over into the brow towards the gate where competitors turn into the tree canopy. And on a bright day like this, the contrast between the sunshine of the lower reaches of the hill and then the sort of slightly darker route up past the splendid bluebells at this time of year is quite stark. And of course, after saw bench, there's that sort of the top straight has a sort of dappled effect on it as the sunshine permeates the trees. 37 is on course at the moment. That is Alan Foster with one of the Morgan +8s with the Rover V8 engine based on the Rover V8 US X-ray Oldsmobile. The next competitor goes up as well. That's another +8, that's Philip Copeland. who is making his way up. As 37 takes Martini corner, gets to the finish. So Philip Copeland arrives at Sawbench, charges up this top straight again. It's not easy. There's a slight sort of just a slight kink towards the left, as you can see on the live streams. And that will be the end of this batch of cars.
I noted which one was the ringleader, and I just walked up to him and I quietly his ear. I said, "Thanks very much."
No problem. Bye.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers back.
Why people like this thing, don't pick up those things, then you get outside.
Oh, we didn't see it, no.
And the next group of cars coming up to the line is 39, which is Simon Callaway with the Riley Sprite, followed by 40, which is Sarah Callaway with another Sprite, 37 and 36 cars respectively. And away goes Simon Callaway then. We're seeing these Rileys out tomorrow with the Vintage Sports Car Club, second half of the weekend, which traditionally kicks off with the 500 Owners Association Hillclimb today, on Saturday, and then the Vintageants come out in force. Simon Callaway up towards Sawbench, out gearbox, turns in, and made a very handy fist of that, because the Riley shot up the top straight and arrives at Martini Corner. Very, very neatly done. Super run. Time for Simon Callaway in 39 of 52.03. 52.03. And Sarah Callaway's turn. With the next to Riley Sprites, this one a year younger. Not quite so rapid through the hairpin, but nonetheless a nice tidy ascent, and that's what you need. Is these practice runs, qualifying for the afternoon's timed official runs, and through to the finish. Next away, Sarah Callaway's time a 61.50. 61.50. Robert with the mileage of 4 special. Time laid down by Simon Callaway, 1:52.03 is the target. Wouldn't be if it was an official, but 41 in the meantime, 69.47 for Tamo Voigt with the Riley Sprite, and then a 57.21 for car 42. David McRobert. Apologise for the cracking noises coming over the my headphones. I suspect it's interference from one or two of the cars. 43, Simon Thorpe, a 61.44, 61.44. And 44, 62.36 is Andrew Briggs, 24. It's 45 now going on the hill. Coming up to Martini, that is 45. The rear spin coming out. Charger over the line. 146. That's Ethan Harris. 59.20. Coming to the end of the Riley class, I can see Gary Clare going down towards the start with the famous Granny Chap engine 1100 V twin car. 149 then is away, and that is Andrew Oliver with a Riley 9 special. Next couple of runs should be quick. Claire moving into the Victor Sports Car class, and there's Granny with the Jap engine up front, narrow track rear suspension. This should be a fairly exciting climb, I would think. It's a car trying the combination, increasing the bags out during the day. It's front runner here at Wiscombe in other hill climbs. There goes Granny around the hairpin. Sort of crab tracked. 49 meanwhile. 48 to 59.24. 49, 59, 78. 52. Expect to see the Riley Cotton special gets really sideways out of the hairpin, and that's a dramatic passage of Sawbench for 45. That's Michael James, and this is a quick climb. Again, sideways, tail out, coming out of Martini, and a little squirt of throttle over the line, and a 49.05. 49.05, terrific time for Michael James. A little more sedate is the 52 that's on the hill. Pick it up shortly. 51, which is James Morland in level 6, has done a 54.59, and we have the 52 car. That's John de Verve with the Sega Race 10 horsepower. The reason it's a little sedate is this car is 112 years old. A 1913 car on the hill here at Wiscombe today. So the officials at the start line will have waited a little bit longer to let the next car away. Hill. It's fantastic to see ERA B-type R11B Humphrey, as it's affectionately known, David Morris. It's a supercharged 6-cylinder Riley-based engine. It's a master of this course, as was his late father Martin Morris before him, coming through Sawbench hairpin for the first time today. I didn't see it anymore. Local driver from the Torbay area. Little squirt over the finish for David Morris. In the car 55. see one come up yet. Next up is one of the MGs, James Burmester, just 937cc. That's the 56 car. Three-wheel Morgan is up now. Just arriving at the gate. 60.21 for car 56. James Burmester. It's a bit of time for the ERA, so whether there was a glitch on the timing or whether there was a trigger car timing strut or whatever, I don't know. But David Morris and the R11B know their way uphill very, very well. Aero is up, 24 is away, 116 has done a 52.99, 116 52.99. Maybe in addition to my entry list, lunchtime. '58 has recorded 63.24. Tim Robson with the MG Magna L1. Finishes, that is car 24, which is Harry Baxter enjoying his first hill climb. 17-year-old driving the HRG 1100 from 1939. The car's, what, 86 years old, the driver 17. And yeah, 59.88 was the time for Harry Baxter. You'll see his father coming up later with the wonderful Cooper Chevrolet. 59 recorded a 60.16. Stuart Rose, 7th. Approaching Sawbench. On the, just leaving the start, is the 63 Austin 7 Cadet of Nick Pearson. 747cc as this class tends to be. 68.63 for number 60, which was Peter Howard. Austin 7 Polestar 61, recorded a 64.60. More Austin 7s are arriving on the start line. A couple more arrive. There goes the Cadet through the finish. Car 63 to the 63.76. Now heading away. Next car on the hill, and I can see arriving on the start line into stage time for 64. 54. 01. 64. Gallo shows the special. And 54.01. Away now goes the toy. That is by David Furnell. Registration number 67 toy. Little yellow 7 special is up at the gate. Charges up through the girls. 65 recorded a 58.81. That was Darren Darchambault, 7 Sports. And 67, David Furnell recorded a 62.45. 62.45. Next up, we've got the one of the 2 Fraser Nash cars entered here. 68, it's gone up in 50.65. 50.65, which is Trike with the Fraser Nash Shelsley. And now approaching the hairpin is Robin Harcourt Smith with the Fraser Nash Shelsley with the 3.5 litre engine, red flag for what should be the end of the session. And this is the Alvis engine car that I remember Guy Smith driving in my youth. James Baxter's been very successful with it in subsequent years, and other owners too. But a 50.57 for car 69, which is Robin Harcourt Smith with the 1934 Fraser Nash Shelsley, one of the Norris specials the Norris brothers built. 122. Meanwhile, has popped in a time of 52.39 for 122, and that was the Darren Mower second driver in the Audi TT.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers in batch 8, please. That's drivers in batch 8.
So we'll just take a short break while the cars return down the hill from the top. There is no separate return road here at Wiscombe, which means you get the pleasure of seeing cars and drivers descend the hill and find their way back into their paddock slots. All competitors will attempt 2 practice runs, qualifying runs if you like, this morning before we go into the competition proper later in the day, at which point everybody starts with a clean sheet, and we then gun for the awards or the fun of competing, as so many do. If you're watching the live stream, on YouTube or in the tent here, you will see cars coming back down the hill, and they'll be arriving at the start line soon, then ascending into the paddock, and they're led by David Fennell with the Austin 7, the toy. You'll have seen all those Fennell Transport lorries around over the years, I'm sure. Company that David built up. And there is the car. No overhang on that car at all, nothing on the front, nothing on the back. Stark contrast to the David Trike, Fraser Nash Shelsley behind it, or the throbbing Fraser Nash of Robin Harcourt Smith. 122 is the little Audi TT. Seems like they've been around forever in the various different guises, TTs, and there's even a race series for the later model cars that runs with the British Racing Sports Car Club, I think. Been going for a couple of seasons now. The Riley Cotton Special comes through of Michael James. That is kind of a 45 with its very smart body, all fared in behind the cockpit, and super quick too. Michael James in that car, which is going back to that Riley class, number 45, and the quickest of our competitors so far today, and fractionally out of order, that a 49.05. 49.05. A couple of drivers in the very low 50s as well, but this afternoon we'll really get going. See some excitement. Going through your screen there was Granny, Gary Clare up, and then the little Lotus 6. Which begat the 7, and then all manner of Caterhams kind of followed after the S4 7 with its distinctive fiberglass body in the kind of the history of the 7 type car. Morgan's Austin 7's arriving now. 59 is a little Austin 7 with very skimpy body on it. That's Stuart Rose's car. And the whistles from the marshals tell us that the course car is back at the bottom of the hill, and once it's moored in its little slot at Wiz Corner, our practice sessions will recommence with what was batch 3 this morning. Red flag has been withdrawn from the start line, and what we should now see, the first of our 500s. One of the joys of the of hill climbs is you can generally get into the paddock and come and have a good look at the cars and speak to the drivers. 71 coming down onto the line. It's the first of these. This is Dominic Bishop with a Cooper Mark 6. It's powered by a Triumph engine, a Triumph twin on it. And as he makes his way to the top, next Martins. Then we have 199, the Allard of Jeff Pinch. John Langley took it up earlier on, 4.5 litre sports cars. Sydney Allard sports cars usually powered by fast American engines, not all, but often with Ford engines with the Arden heads on them. Some saloon Allards starred in things like the Monte Carlo Rally, and of course the Steyr Allard won the British Hillclimb Championship in its formative days. That championship founded in 1947. And the Cooper chap comes back down the hill. That's the car that failed. '97 Charles Reynolds was due to join this class with a Cooper Mark 10, but had some brake issues, so he's brought a Mallock instead. Once this car is just moved to a position of safety, it'll free up the course for the rest of the class. Marshall's returning to the start line with that car. The whistle blows, the flags come in, and we resume practice here at Wiscombe Park with the next of our double driven cars. By the looks of things, it's quite a car park of 500s and V-twins appearing at the bottom. This is the 148 Riley, now with Andrew Oliver. Dave Morley took it up earlier. Seven. Butler.
drivers are coming up so slow, we could offer them some sweets as they go past, couldn't we?
Times fail for 95, 98 failed, sorry, 98 failed, which was Mark Dent with the Cooper Mark 8. 96 was very flat, so that's back for another run, so that's cool. 48 Riley. That's done a 63.49, 147, a 58.19. 149 on the run. 57, 38, 57, 38. Impressive run. Did a 56.97. That's John Langley in the Allard K1. Lots of pushing and shoving has got the next to the Coopers to the line. This is David Oliver then, in the ex-LC Chan car. It's popping and spluttering, but it's progressing towards the gateway. Hope we can get to the top. So up towards Sawbeck Hairpin with a couple of wiggles first. And down the gearbox for the first of two hairpins. Over the finish line. And this time there's an 80.31 seconds. We'll take a short break now while the cars return down the hill.
Afternoon? I ain't got a clue. It is afternoon, is it?
Hey, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard you had a
2006 on the phone.
£10 tripod.
£10.
£10 tripod. Oh, my mistake. I'm so sorry. Yeah. And the two
Available.
somehow didn't.
No. Well, it's because I didn't pick it in properly, is what happened.
Oh.
And then the camera fell off and it landed on the end of the lens. So now I've got a 2016 kind of scrap metal.
Oh, it's just broken.
Well, not focused. Cracked up altogether. Hasn't damaged your optics. They're still good. Not you sure? Are you sure? I claimed for one years ago. I dropped one once before. So they've got it down here. Yeah, exactly. Did you get all this? Yeah, no, got you. Got you. It is, isn't it? Full car back in at the corner. Flags are coming in as soon as.
This class, flip flat, no? This class, flip flat.
No, we still got another. Yeah, it's towards the end of it because the organs and that. I did think after last year, last time I saw you, I did think so. I should have had beer with you at the end of the afternoon because I even ended up staying over that night. So I could have actually done it. Yeah. I'm not here tomorrow, so. I'll be here for the Nationals unless something unforeseen happens. Yes, it was the 100 to 400 Series 2, like that, yeah. I could sell you one for 55 quid and you can get it repaired yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're back off into practice, ladies and gentlemen, with the Allard class. Looks like it's the 199 that's en route. Charging up to the gate.
Drivers in back 9, please. That's drivers in back 9. Ski paddock exit, that was back 4. Back 9, that's paddock 1.
So 199 in the Allard cars designed and developed by Sydney Allard. It was made in London. Allard was also involved in the birth of drag racing with the Allard rails, early cars. 99 then getting to the top, nice smooth run, and over the line in a time of 56.93 seconds. Next up is the amazing Allard fastback. Away it goes. EBA 666. Car that was built from a fire damaged car by, I believe, the grandfather of the driver, and it's quite an elegant thing. 4.2 litre. That is the car of Ben Stevens. P1 fastback, absolutely unique. Based on a 1950 chassis.
Well, yeah. And the Dalmatians are at the back of it.
Car 101, 59.92 for Ben Stevens. Next of the Allards are en route as the Lotus Cortina comes to the line. Car 102, 61.21 for James Smith with the Allard J1. Now I saw the rather splendid LMB Bellamy Ford V8 special earlier on with Mark Brett, but I don't see that in this group, but it should be. Lotus Cortina then is on its way. That is Paul Lund. That is 166 Cortina. Time for 104 is a 66.95. That's Simon Walton with the Allard P1. 61.21. J1. The Lotus Cortina 105. Is a 53.76. Now on the hill is the car that should be quickest, car and driver combination, which is Andrew Forsyth, the car that the family's owned for 7 or 8 years now. It's a 1400cc Suzuki Hayabusa powered OMS, fibre chassis, plenty of grunt, plenty of downforce. Driver who's steeped in history of the hill, having been coming here since he was a lad, supporting his late father, the great John Forsyth, of whom we have so many happy memories. Lovely guy. And the time for 97 minutes, that's the 45.57. Not the program Cooper V-twin, but a Mallet Mark 24. And there is the time, 106. Wow, Andrew Forsyth, 36.96. 36.96. That's a fabulous time. And favourites for BTD here today. Eclectic picks in this class, it has to be said. 107 is Andrew McDonald with Beck MG, a 53.11, good effort. Now the Cortina GT, 1500cc car, same year as the Lotus Cortina, but not with the twin cam engine. Time for 108, 42.33. That was Peter Eade with the Westfield SEI, powered by a 2 litre Ford Z-Tech engine tuned by Dunell Engines of Suffolk. 230, 240 horsepower, something like that. and a nice, well-balanced car. Now on the hill is the Stovebolt Special of Simon Taylor, long-time journalist, publisher of Autosport back in the 1970s, and a car with phenomenal history. A car that Sterling Moss was driven in its day in its original form, and then converted to this Chevrolet-powered monster, which Simon drives on the road from his home in Chiswick. He loves coming to Wiscombe, and SFGT goes up in a time of 52.07 seconds. 52.07 seconds in the road registered and road driven HWM Chevrolet Stovebolt Special. Another of the sevens goes away. We've got a time for 1:12. We do, and that is James Baxter, past master of Vintage Sports Car Club Hills, driving the amazing Cooper Chevrolet T90, the ex-Peter Rail car from the States, 5-litre engine in that. 46.73 seconds. 46.73 seconds. A man who was Hillclimb Modern Goulds, among other things, as well as a wide variety of vintage machinery, which is Tip Top Engineering Company in Yorkshire repairs. Modern Mini Cooper now. That's an R53. That's John White. These BMW Mini Cooper S's these days, the supercharged engines and turbocharged engines. The Fiat Punto of David Gill is on its way as well. Time for 1:13. Trevor Parsons with the Caterham 7, 1800cc engine, a good 48.26. 1:14 is John White with the Mini Cooper S R53 or 51.40. And 1:15, 55.40 for David Gill with the 1400cc Fiat Punto. Currently online as we get to the Morgan three-wheeler class under an ACU Motorcycle Union permit is 1:62. Philip Yarnell with the modern Morgan with the 2-litre S&S engine and Mazda gearbox, as he makes his way to the top with passenger Kimbo. Away goes the second of the Morgan three-wheelers, which is 1:64. Tony Quinn, 1100cc car from 1933. Followed by 1:63, that's Alistair Rue. Robin Rue with the Morgan Aero, the 1220 colours from 1928. 97 years old, this car. Into the hairpin on your screen, this is one of the Aeros. 162. Yarnell 59.87. 164 is a 64.72. That's Turner Quinn. Still on the way. Very curly three-wheeler. Heads into Sawbench. One of the 500s coming back for another go. Car that I suspect has a second driver. That's the Smith and has its second driver. Then we go to the bike classes. Or should we say the trike classes? 53. So model class 66. 28. Classes then.
The guy with one arm.
This very rapid trike hurtling up to the hairpin. Passenger hanging over the edge. Great to see, and that's 914. 974. 914 it says. Which is Warren and Williams with the Suzuki Trike. Comes the Smith 500, Smith Mark III. Stuart Barnes and Kim Chilver driving this one as 86 and 186 respectively. It looks like it's 186 and away it goes. So that will be Kim Chilver. Struggling to get going. That will get to the top as JB Jones arrives. At the start line, this is Mark Willis on the hill with the Keen F3, the Danish-built car. Very much a Cooper copy in terms of its body design. But some differences in the chassis. It's got different uprights, Fiat Topolino uprights, and I think push motorcycle drum brakes. JB Jones and the French QC is on the line, but there's a red flag because the previous car has failed. That's 87. 87 Mark Willis unfortunately failed to reach the top.
Attention paddock. The next batch is the motorcycle batch. We've only got a few more to run in this batch. The next batch will be the motorcycle entry.
So the motorcycles will be down shortly, and the XC Marshal's turning the Keen around. Keen, effectively an evolution of the Alpha Dana car, which itself was a look-alike of a Cooper Mark 9, and it was the brainchild of Speedway rider Keen Bertelsen. In 1958, used a Norton engine back then. And the Keen is back down with us into the slot at Wiscombe. The Keen was raced at Denmark's Roskildering circuit, originally by Paul Pedersen, and then many years later it came to Goodwood 20 years ago, in fact, with Pekka Nyström. Sounds like a Swede back in the day. In 1958, when it was new, it raced at Great Circuit. It was Fagelbahn, as well as Roskilde. Certainly good to see it here. Time for 88 then. That is JB Jones in the Goosey number 2 with the Triumph engine, 5394, 5394. In the meantime, another car failed to get going, and this is one of the Kiefts. Couple of course cars just involved in
This is the motorcycle entry. The cars have just been released from the top of the hill, so motorcycle entry is the next batch.
so a couple of cars just to be repatriated into the paddock from the start line area, one at Wiz and one just before the start line, as the bikes prepare to make their way up the hallowed hill. Working overtime, the marshals with the tow vehicles. There's the 91 CK52, Civil Key 52, William Southcomb's car. So as the cars and some of the motorcycles, among them the amazing Trike, head back down the hill, Staybolt Special among them. Got the two of the recovery vehicles just towing cars back. Interesting to see the 91 Keith there with its engine cover sides off, and you can see how spindly it is, that swing axle rear end. Very different approach to the Coopers, and the mighty Cooper Chevrolet comes up as well. That's great to see here. Hasn't done too many hill climbs with that car. James Baxter, still on its original cone type magnesium wheels. Problem here down by the start line there. Well, the bikes now are en route to the start line. First one leaves the line, bucks a little bit, and nicely controlled, charges up towards the gateway. These are the really brave competitors. First one flying through the edges up towards saw bench, and is round. Dab of the right foot just to control it, and rocketing up towards Martini. This is impressive times here. 48.78 was bike 244. 48.78 was bike 244. Was Patrick Evans. 46.28 for 370. 370, I think, is an addition. That's Michael Tilley on a Honda CR280. Addition to the program and class. Bike number 6 is next up. That's Callum Short on the 450 KTM. Bedford in North Devon. A lot of local competitors here in the bike classes. Callum Short. A little short of the class record, but certainly heading in the right direction. I have to say I have no idea these guys and girls, ladies competing in the sidecars I think here today, muster up the courage to do this, but great to watch. Eight is Mark Shaw on the CRF 450. 46.48, 54.89 for 512. Steve Atkins on the Greaves Griffin. And then number 10, 44.25. 44.25, that's Guy Ursel on the 450 Husqvarna, Swedish motorcycle. Husqvarna's from the great days of motocross on television with Murray Walker commentating. Started out making sewing machines. These days makes all kinds of things, lawn mowers, but good machines. A couple of Husqvarnas here. 5.38. Cameron Williams on the Aprilia 449cc Aprilia SKV. really stout 42.42. So we've got 42.83 from Callum Short and 42.42 from Cameron Williams. 5.42 is a change from what was 3.65 in the programme. Anthony Isaac on a 4.50 Kawasaki. And 5.42. Done a 49.42. 5.51. Reg Davis on the KTM Duke. Done 55.93, 5.53. Richard Peaty, another of the Husqvarnas, 45.12, and 5.55, which is Stephen Butler on the KTM, 47.05. KTM, I see in its traditional orange colours going down to the line. And 3 spinners, rear tyre up all the way to the start line. Getting a real move on now. Move into a bigger class. 5.90 has done a 44.88. That's Keith Haynes. Way well on KTM. 5.61. Pete Isaac on his 500 Velocet. 57.67. Out this game a very long time. Speed of some of these motorcycles across the meadow, if you like, quite something. 42.39 then for number 3. That's Tommy Hodges on the DevTech 637cc. Specialised vehicles out there now. The 42s is bike number 4, which is Paul Jeffrey with his KTM 638cc KTM. They're chasing a class record of 40.5 set by Tom Short. He's here at 1. 43.72 for number 7. That's Jamie Mitchell. Truro with the AMS. So 42s and 43s where they are at the sharp end of the 501 to 750cc class. Number 8.44.05 opens Peter Short's account on his KTM. Short, Tom Short, Peter Short. Family action going on here. go back quite a few years. Those models down in the 350 to 500 class. Jimmy Hodges set the record in 39.94. .710. Mark Williams on the Honda VFR. 45.13. Interesting to see that the higher you get in the capacity stakes, it doesn't necessarily mean you go quicker. Nearly all the class records are between very long 39s and somewhere in the 42-second bracket, whether you are a 250 or a big banger. .770 Matthew Mogridge on the Suzuki GSR XR 750. 49.62. Number 9. 43.66 for Dave Norris on the KTM. Now howling across the side. Predecessor on the hill reaches the top. Yeah, I don't think a 22.19 is quite right. No time, that's actually a split time that's come up, but split time, but nothing else. The bike that went after 803. 803 was Simon Wilson on the 890 KTM. 48.33, so only a split time for bikes. And now we've got this extraordinary sidecar. This is Kevin and Sarah Duel on the Windle Kawasaki 500cc. Driver is furled over the top of the engine. Sidecar Hillclimb champions for the past few years. Kevin and Sarah. And 969 Simon and Jane Foster on the Honda CBR F2. Did a 44.49. Waiting time for 9.88. 9.74. Mark and James Foster, the Foster BMW, a 56.77.
You might have realised the last one was late. I think we're going to I asked everyone to stay away from the racing unit. The angels normally do prioritise queue, but I really need the marshals to receive their lunch and be able to get back on post. They are literally having less than 45 minutes. So if I could ask the competitors, any spectators in the bomb paddock to allow us to get the marshals fed first, I will join the catering queue to help. but I really need the caterers to be at the speediest getting the marshals back on post for me. So unfortunately, we don't normally say this, but if I can ask people to stay away from the catering units just for sort of 15-20 minutes, so I can ensure the marshals can be fed and watered and get back onto post as soon as possible.
That announcement then, a 45-minute break now for the Marshals' lunch period, so we're aiming to kick off at 2 o'clock. There was a time eventually for 9:88, which was Kevin and Sarah duel with that Windle Kawasaki, but a 59:29 is indicative of dramas somewhere up the hill. So we will continue for about 2, and there was a call out so that marshals can take priority at the catering units just so that they can get back onto their posts, which we understand and respect. And without the marshals, we wouldn't have no motorsport. So love what we do, and a huge thanks to the Orange Army for facilitating the vital safety aspect of the competition. Bike's coming back. We'll take a break till we resume, and look forward to speaking to you again in about 40 minutes time.
Castle 1 people are coming down. Yeah. Yeah. Unless the 2 people are coming down, look.
hairpin. Crash track. 49 meanwhile. 48 to 59.74.
Yeah.
49, 59, 78. 50, 55, 42. Granny Jack. Expect to see the Riley Cotton Special get some really solid.
By 864, 49.10. Time for bike 974, 57.53. Bike 974, 57.53. Time for bike 988, 61.41. Bike 988, 61.41.
Against the right car. You can see Gary Clare going down towards the start with the Granny. That's his limited front car. 49 then. It's away.
Yeah, it's 2049. 49, right. 49.6, right. I need to be that then. You will do it.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1 this morning. The first batch, you're required at paddock exit, please. That's drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1. First batch this morning, you're required at paddock exit, please.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a glorious Wiscombe Park for this 36th 500 Owners Association Hillclimb, and we've got a fantastic day ahead of us with both cars and motorcycles in action. It's more than just the 500s and the V-twins. It's a wide-ranging entry, and the first half of the splendid annual Hillclimb weekend here at Wiscombe, the classic weekend with Vintage Sports Car Club in action. tomorrow. My name is Marcus Pye, and I'm in the commentary box outside Wiscombe House, and got a view of the start line through the first corner, and then up towards the gate where competitors go zigzagging through the forest to saw bench hairpin, then up the top straight, come straight towards It's a wonderful course, and one which I've had many very pleasant days out over the years as journalist and competitor. Pat Jennings on national champion, regulars, Walbridge Motor Club, in charge of the lulls, etc. I won't really be practice sessions, bikes going up in batches, and we've got safe practice due to start fairly shortly. Cars queuing up now to come out of the paddock for the first of our second run batches. We've got some streaming here which is going out on the YouTube channel, which is brilliant, and we'll try to keep up with all the action as we go through the day. Of course, when we come to the timed runs proper, that will be the end of this batch of cars. And then the Vintagens come out in force. Come away up towards saw bench hairpin, down the gearbox, turns in, and made a very handy bit of that, because the line shot up the top straight and arrives at Montini corner. Sprite this one and yield after. Quite so. Nice tidy as that. Robert, 12-4 special. Back down by following up the target. 41 of the side, 947. Coming weight. 7, 1.
That was frustrating.
Through the finish. 63.76. Now away.
Another Owners 2 at 50.57 for car 69, which is Robin Harcourt Smith with the 1934 Fraser Nash Shelsley, one of the Norris specials the Norris brothers built. 122. Is 39, which is Simon Callaway with the Riley Sprite, followed by 40, which is Sarah Callaway with another Sprite, 37 and 36 cars respectively. state is this car is 112 years old. 13 car on the hill here at Wiscombe Park. Officials at the start line would have waited a bit longer.
Find you back.
Trike. 49 meanwhile, 48 to 59.74.
Yeah.
49, 59.78. 50, 55, 42. Granny Jack. Expect to see the Marley Cotton Special gets really solid.
By 864, 49.10. Time for bike 974, 57.53. Bike 974, 57.53. Time for bike 988, 61.41. Bike 988, 61.41.
The end of the right car, you see Gary Clare going down towards the start with the Granny. car. 49 then, the wide.
Yeah, he's just down to 49. 49, right. 49.6, right. I need to be that then. You will, don't you? Yeah.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1 this morning. The first batch, you're required at paddock exit, please. That's drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1. First batch this morning, you're required at paddock exit, please.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a glorious Wiscombe Park for this 36th 500 Owners Association Hillclimb, and we've got a fantastic day ahead of us with both cars and motorcycles in action. It's more than just the 500s and the V-twins. It's a wide-ranging entry, and the first half of the splendid annual Hillclimb weekend here at Wiscombe, the classic weekend with Vintage Sports Car Club in action tomorrow. My name is Marcus Pye, and I'm in the commentary box outside Wiscombe House, and got a view of the start line through the first corner, and then up towards the gate where competitors go zigzagging through the forest to Saw Bench hairpin, then up the top straight. Come straight towards once. It's a wonderful course, and one which I've had many very pleasant days out over as journalist and competitor. Pat Jennings on national. Champion, regulars, Walbridge Motor Club in charge of lulls, etc. At the moment we're in the practice session, flights going up in batches, and we've got safe practice is going out on the YouTube channel, which is brilliant, and we will try to keep up with all the action as we go through the day. Of course, when we come to the timed runs proper, that will be the end of this batch of cars. And then the Vintagens come out in force. Going up towards saw bench, hairpin, down the gearbox, turns in, and made a very...
At 500 Owners Association Wiscombe Park Hillclimb, it's the contrast in cars you get here. From the early Cooper 500s to the last Cooper made, the T90. This is a 1957 Mark 11 500 with a Jap engine, Richard Robarts' car. And then James Baxter's is the T90, which was raced by Peter Rail in the USA back in 1969 and onwards. It was a gold-coloured car then. But they're very, very different, obviously, in concept. Your little 500 motorcycle engine in the yellow one. And you've got this monstrous Chevrolet V8 in the T90. Let's just go have a quick word with the owners, the proud owners. Richard, I first saw you racing a Formula Ford car. I think in about 1971 at Brands Hatch. Alongside that, but you also won the first Formula 3 race I saw at Trike, 28th of October 1973 in the Meissen Barge, which was absolutely brilliant. What drew you back from Formula 1 and sporting trials to 500cc Formula 3 cars?
Well, I finished doing proper racing and some years earning a living, and then started doing sporting trials. And after 12 years of that, a friend had got one of these that he wanted to sell, got into it, started hill climbing again, and it's gone on from there.
And you love it?
Absolutely,
yeah. You wouldn't stop?
Well, not until I have to, I suppose.
Brilliant. Okay. James, you've been around with the Vintage Sports Car Club for a very long time. You've driven some incredibly spindly machines over the years, but this is the absolute antithesis of spindliness. It's just a great thuggish monster, isn't it?
It is, yes. In a vintage car you can choose a bit of a line up Wiscombe, but it's quite narrow for a car like this. In fact, my first run up this morning I was thinking, am I even going to fit round Sawbench? But we managed it, and we're starting to lean on it now, and it's great fun. So I know the hill well, but not the car here so well.
Exactly. You haven't driven this very often, have you?
I've done a few Harewoods now, and a few Shelsleys, and a few Prescotts, and track days after that. Yeah.
But Wiscombe's very different kettle of fish, and 2 hairpins. 2
hairpins, absolutely, yeah, and rather a tall first gear as well. So they used to do rolling starts when they started back in 1970, 60s and 70s. So off the start line is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and you've got these incredibly wide rear wheels, which doesn't really help.
Yes, they're the original wheels as well, but the tyres I've got on at the moment are circuit tyres, so they're not sticky hill climb tyres. I'm just here to sort of get used to it and feel my way, and then next time perhaps bring some Avons or some really sticky stuff.
when you start breaking things then.
Probably, yeah. Everything has a price, doesn't it? It all comes with a consequence.
It does, but this is very different, Richard, from your brief Formula One days. I mean, Cosworth DFV power.
It's obviously different from that, but this particular model, which is the end of Cooper's 500 range, it's absolutely a superb little car. It's with slightly wider tyres, it would be certainly very close to a Formula Ford.
Yeah, they're brilliant, aren't they? And you came to that little demo where at Brands Hatch we used the circuit the other way around, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And we went in as a demo, that's right, yeah, of course.
Yeah. At Brands Hatch, the cars raced the other way around, anti-clockwise back in the day, and Richard was part of a demonstration just to celebrate the birth of kind of the 500 Formula 3s back then. There was no loop with the hairpin at Druids then. But Wiscombe you've been to a couple of times?
About 5 times now. This is the 5th time, yeah. Lovely, it's just a superb circuit. A day like this, how you couldn't ask for more, really.
Absolutely not. And James, I mean, you're a great regular at Hillclimb, everything right through to a modern ghoul.
Yeah. I sort of went really modern and loved it, and then I thought it's all about wings and slick tyres, and it lost a bit of soul. So I went back to a halfway stage, and the Cooper is really ticking all my boxes. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
What does it weigh?
I haven't actually weighed it, but I reckon 700 or 800 kilos, quite a bit, and it's all behind you. It feels like a big pendulum that's always swinging around where you can't see and waiting to sort of overtake you, really.
Brilliant, and the 500 weighs 3/5 of nothing.
510
pounds, that is, not kilos, ladies
and
gentlemen.
That would be about just under 300-ish kilos, I suppose, I'm in pounds.
That's just brilliant. But, no, really, really good to see them. They're about to start hill climbing again here at Wiscombe. So thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. Good. Have a safe day, sport. Enjoy yourself.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Good. Right.
Is 39, which is Simon Callaway with the Riley Sprite, followed by 40, which is Sarah Callaway with another Sprite, 37 and 36 cars respectively. Race 10 horsepower. What's the date? Is this car 112 years old? 13 car on the hill here at Wiscombe today. Longer.
Going you back.
hairpin.
12 track. 49 meanwhile. 48 to 59.74.
Yeah.
49, 59.78. 50, 55, 42. Granny Jack. Expect to see the Wally Common Special get some really solid.
By 864, 49.10.
Gentlemen, a very warm welcome back to Wiscombe Park for the 2025 500 Owners Association Hillclimb, speed hill climb that is, and we're going to see some great speed later in the day when we get to the quickest cars here. We're into the first timed runs of two. Each competitor gets timed runs on two occasions during the day, and at the end of the day there's obviously awards for the best times in each of the classes. My name is Marcus Pry, and it's a joy to join you here. It's this wonderful sylvan setting in South Devon, home of hill climbing since 1958, the year that I was born, and first event here in August 58. It's actually the same day as Sterling Moss, the most famous graduate of 500cc Formula 3, won the Portuguese Grand Prix in his van wall. Well, we've got the first class going currently. That's the road going saloons and sports cars, and an eclectic mix of machinery is out there. We started off with the car number 11. That was Nicholas Davis with the BMW 330D on a 50.42. There's a red flag, so we've got a stoppage currently. Then we went to number 14, Peter Smith with the Mazda MX-5. Unfortunately, one or two non-starters in his class. But the MX-5 54.24. Car 16 was Keith Hume with the Porsche 914, 2.2 litres, and Keith would have been a 50.85, quickest of the class so far. Then we had car 17, which was Roger Hodgson with the MGZR. Roger's been enjoying motor cars for his entire life, and Roger and his wife Jo, long-time competitor here, also at Wiscombe Park, enjoying a day at their local venue. After Roger's time, we had number 18, 18, which was Ben Abbott's with the remarkable Morris Minor Traveller, 1275cc these days, 70.73, and the 19 car, which was Shane Currell with the 1150cc Tiger 6, like a little 7. That car was red flagged. So that was the reason for the stoppage, as a red flag somewhere being caused up the hill. So those are the first few of our runners. So 50.05 leads the way so far. That's Keith Hume. Now on the hill is the wonderful Volvo PV544, developed from the 444, which first appeared in 1948, and these cars were built up until the last of them in 1966. And these are the type of cars that the great Swede Tom Trana competed very successfully in rallying in. They were raced as well internationally, including places like Sebring and Daytona in the States. And so that was a lad. There was a couple of local hoons who had one of these that they used very spectacularly in autocross events. The time's 17, Roger Hodgson 53.30, 70.73 for the minor. Tiger 6 was flagged. Number 20, the Anglia, I did see going down to the start line. That was also involved. That was red flagged. The Volvo of Jameson is number 21, 59.53. And next after that, I think, was the Audi TT with its first driver, double driven, as so many cars are in Speed Hillclimb. So you've not been to a Speed Hillclimb before, drivers compete against the clock in their own classes. They then subdivide the classes into cars of similar style or performance. 23, 53.62, which is Stephen Whitehead with the Honda Civic. It's 50.42, I think, actually leads the way. That's Nicholas Davis' BMW, 50.85, Keith Hume in the Porsche. So it's pretty competitive at the sharp end of the class. Marshals are busy just sweeping the course further up the hill. This course is a course of two distinct halves. You've got the open parkland initial charge up from the start over the stone bridge into the sharp left-hander at Wiss Corner, then the undulating run up to the gate, and then suddenly all that bright light disappears and it becomes dark with some speckled sun coming through that canopy of trees as you go racing up past the beds of bluebells towards Sawbench Hairpin, the right-hander. Important to leave that right-hander quickly to get your exit speed onto the Castle Straight. And next car away, I think that's the Triumph. One of the Triumphs was on its way, I think. See what comes up next on our timing clock. Yeah, good run up to the top of the hill for that's the Triumph TR4, which is car 28. Yes, good time, 46.92. Yes, good time, 46.92. That's Les Olds in the Triumph TR4, appropriately registered 5095 up, 5095 up, and he's gone up very well this afternoon. An earlier TR coming up towards Saw Bench now, while further up the hill we've got another finisher, 5509 for car 29. 509 for Martin Harvey with the Triumph TR7, and car 31, 5350. That is Julian Webb with the Triumph TR2A. That's a double-driven car. We'll see that again with Christopher Smith driving it. Did we see 25 run? Don't know that we did. To the Morgans now. Morgan Motor Company from Malvern, been around for well over 100 years. Started out with the little three-wheelers, and then even with them went to Le Mans. Back in the 1930s, a team entered Le Mans, but famed for that class win in the early 60s with Christopher Lawrence in the SLR Plus 4 Supersports, the forerunner of his SLRs, of which there were 3. Triumph engines, those early Morgans that are still so popular in 365 races. But there were Coventry Climax powered cars going way back to the 30s, and then all the way through to the big V8s. We see the rumbling Rover V8 powered cars we see as well. The Morgan class kicked off with 32 on a 56.52. That is James Walker. 34, 61, 69, which was James Andrews. 35 did a 57.26. Which is Allard Burton, another F4 4.4s. 37, 54.12. That's Neil Duncanson, who took the class lead at that point, but that was erased by Alan Foster, number 37, with a 54.12. I think that's sorry, that was the Duncanson time, 36. 36 actually was 55.73, my mistake. 54.12 was the first V8's Alan Foster in 37.38, a resounding class leader with a 50.13 is Philip Copeland with his +8. Next batch of cars is lining up in the paddock as the Triumphs head down. You can see them in their groups. Hoping we might have seen the TR7 V8 of Larry Jerome Croft. It's 4.6 litre engine. It's been competing here since 1973. Also competed for a while in monoposto circuit racing. Car 31, the Chris Smith car, we'll see again. Chris himself driving shortly. The 105E Anglia is very nicely turned out. Not sure in whose national colours, but it looks very attractive. A tribute to KMJ Restorations that is on its flanks. John Reed. They didn't make Ford Anglias with 2.9 litre engines. I haven't seen another one of that, but I'm imagining it's a V6 out of a Capri, but I could well be wrong, and we'll take a look later in the day if I may, if I can. Looks like all the course vehicles are now back at our end of the campus here, with that glorious backdrop of Wiscombe House. One is first of the Rileys. And away with some rapidity goes 41, which is Tamara Voigt. Riley shoots over that little rise in the first straight, in inverted commas. And the riders continue. So 39 went up first. That was Simon Kellaway, 51.88. Then we had 40, which was Sarah Kellaway in a similar mid-30s riding, 62.80. 41 was Tam Overweight, 67.44. The times continues. 56 comes down to the start, which is Kevin Morton. Time for 42, 56.23. Which is David McRobert with the Riley 12.4 special. Now, here's one to watch. This is number 45 on the hill, which is Michael James, who was very rapid this morning in the Riley Cotton special. And he's very quickly into the gate. He's giving it a lot of right foot up through the S's. A little bit squiggly in the middle, but he's pushing hard. And onto the brakes now for Sorbench Hairpin. That sharp right-hander, late entry, turns in, and it's not picked up coming out of the hairpin. I think he's got a problem there, and it looks like the car is grinding to a halt. Red flags come out. Red flags come out. It's a fail, unfortunately, for Michael James. Perhaps the favourite in this class on certainly on this morning's performance. 43 Simon Thorpe in the meantime, 59.79. 44, which was Andrew Briggs, 62.60. So fail unfortunately then for Michael James, a car that hopefully can bounce back. So red flags then stopped the subsequent car, which was 46 Kevin Morton. So fail for 45. 46 will get another run because it was red flagged and to report that run. And 47 similarly, they get another go later. So Kevin Morton and John Butler can go again. Conditions absolutely sensational here today. It's the 36th running of the 500 Owners Association Hillclimb here. First run in May '89, and just the 1 year of COVID when there wasn't the opportunity to continue the sequence. Owners Association, founded just to maintain interest in the Formula 3 cars of the 1950s, which had been supplanted by Formula Junior in circuit racing, but had competed all over the world. USA, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa had classes for them. It was an international category, as recognised as such from 1950, although its roots were sown immediately post World War II. It was engineers from the Bristol Aeroplane Company Motorsport Association who effectively kicked off the idea, and it was soon espoused by many, say by 1950 recognised as Formula 3 as such. World Championship for Grand Prix cars, or Formula 1, had kicked off in 1950 as well, first race at Silverstone. So this year 75 years of the World Championship. And although it was run for 2 litre cars for a couple of seasons, 52, 53, and then bounced back with the effectively the 2.5 litre formula, which took it all the way through to to the early 60s. So back underway. Yeah, 2.5 litre to 1960, and then 61 to 65, 1.5 litre formula for Formula 1. But we're back on track here at Wiscombe with the next of our competitors. That's such a lovely shot up through the messes up to the hairpin at Saw Bench. Usually a couple of cars on course at the time. It's the Warbridge Motor Company Youth History, which is in charge of logistics. Royal Marshals here also at Wiscombe. Let's have a look. 46 and 47 will go again. 48 to 57.29. That was Dave Morley. It's double driven. 1100cc. Riley. That is 49. Ewan Stamper. 58.70. Cars still to run again in this class. Each of them double driven. It's early days, but the class currently led by first away Simon Kellaway, 39, under 39 behind Sprite, 1500cc, and this time 51.88. 50 into the next class. That's Gary Clare with the Jap-powered Granny. Has laid down a 54.02. See, I think this is HRG that's on the way now. Let's have a look at them. 52 to an 87.74. State the 87.74 for the Singer race, 10 horsepower car that's 112 years old in the hands of John de Verve. John of the Widow. 61.55 for car 56. 61.55. That is James Burmester with the 1934 MGPA on the Prosto car. Starting a solid getaway from number 58. 58. Tim Robson with the MG-L1 Magna. Car 55. Is David Morrison, the wonderful ERA B-type R11B Humphrey, has gone up in a 48.67. 48.67. Second quickest so far. We saw Les Olds do a 46.92 in the TR register class, but ERA won't be beaten in this class. Mullins is an ex-ERA racer in 57. He's done a 57.77 in his MG K1 Magnet. Car 58 to 60.48. 60.48. Which is Tim Robson. So currently that class led by David Morris and bouncing over the inside curve at Sawbench goes next up. In the meantime, 116 has had a run. 116, a double driven car, 52.48. Car 24, 62.67. That's young Harry Baxter having his first hill climb in an 1100 HRG. 59. Time for 59, that's Stuart Rose, and the first of the Austin Sevens is a 58.74. Kicks this class off. 6. And car 60. Peter Howard is Austin 7, Ulster 69.60. Fennell away. Car 61 or 63.18. For Western 7 Simplicity. Famous car from 750 Motor Club history, as I recall. With it, not mistaken. Next away as David Fennell rounds the Solbench hairpin heads up towards the top. 64. It's the shows the special of Nick Allen. Looks fairly stripped out. Car 67, 63.20. That is David Furnell. Car 62 with a 70.56. Pickering. And car 54 at 60.35 for Norton and the Elvis. 60.35. 64, 54.08, 64 is a 54.08 for Nick Allen, which is quickest in the class so far. Got a couple of the cars from the first class that got stopped, and that's the Tiger 6 charging up, which is that of Shane Currell. Moving on to the line, the 3-litre Ford Anglia of John Reed, car number 20, and colourfully presented. And round the top goes the 69, which is a 50.70. Robin Harcourt Smith in the Office Power Fraser Nash Norris Special. 19 did a 47.76 red flags. 19 did a 47.76. .776 is the class lead for Shane Currell. The Tiger 6 black engine car, and 20 a 57.47 for John Reed in the Anglia. .122 meanwhile was Darren Mower with the Audi TT, did a 52.34. It's good enough for fourth in class at the moment. I think it's led by Shane Currell and the Tiger 6 on a 47.76. Two in the 50s are Nick Davis with the BMW 330 diesel 50.42, and Keith Hume with the Porsche 914 of 50.85. So I think that must be close to the end of the batch. All those who are coming up now are present and correct. Just looking to see how many times we missed. A 65, Darren Darchambault with the Austin 7 Sports did a 58.24. Did 66 run? Let's have a look. No, 66, 68. Though did a time. I'll give you that one. That was the other Fraser Nash. 68 was Dr. David Trike. He went up in a very stout 49.04. 67, 49.67. The car's returning down the hill. I'm going to move into the next batch, which is going to be the 500 Owners Association. Kicking off with the 500 cars themselves. Cars returning up the hill then, and we'll be going into the classes for the 500cc and 1000/1100cc racing cars. And they take us back to the early days of the British Hillclimb Championship, the RAC British Hillclimb Championship as it was then, when from 1951 to 54, Ken Wharton, the Smethwick garage owner, Birmingham, was a champion, campaigning a jet-powered Cooper Mark IV alongside different ERAs. He drove the Cooper in 51, drove ERAs alongside the Cooper for the next 3 years. Then we had the amazing trios and further hat-tricks of championships. Tony Marsh winning the championship 3 times running, 55, 56 and 57. And that Cooper Jack Mark 8 types, which we'll see here today. And they did the same, of course, exactly 10 years later with his own concoctions. And then 58, 59 and 60, the great Welshman David Bosher Jones won the championship each year in a Cooper Jack Mark 9. Cooper's continued to win the title with David Good, an amazing one-armed driver, in a Cooper Jack Mark 8 in 61. And for the next couple of years, bigger engine Coopers were the champions. before we get under the way again, just could the owners of the motorcycle helmets who left them at the car park entrance at the top, please collect them ASAP, because the marshals manning the gates are finished with their duties now. So if you left your motorcycle helmets at the top gate as you came in, please collect them from that car park entrance ASAP, because we don't want them to go AWOL and not be able to get yourselves home. So we're going into the 500cc racing car classes, and it's 71 who is on route first. Is the Cooper with the Triumph twin pumps in it. That is Dominic Bishop, that's from 1952, it's Cooper Mark 6. First Coopers around 1948. Still see one of those campaign regularly on the circuits. So away goes the Starride. Simon Deadman, Starride Mark 3, cars made fairly locally to here on the south coast. Mike Erskine, who was also a constructor of very successful speedway bikes. Car 71, Dominic Bishop, 5460. And the Starride's notable for their very forward control driving positions. Bright yellow car on the hill, coming rocketing up towards Sawbench Hairpin. His former Grand Prix driver, Richard Robarts. 50 years ago, he raced in Formula 1 for the Brabham team. Until Bernie Ecclestone decided his sponsors' money had run out. But Richard, a great Formula Ford racer, winner in Formula 3 as well. A monumental accident in a Formula 2 car in the European Championship, but bounced back to race in Formula 1. Let's look at our next time. 50.21 was 73. Painter. He was driving the Cooper Jap that in which Harry Whitney won the championship of the Americas in 1954, raced at Nassau in 55 in the Bahamas, in the colours it sports today. Car at 73, Harry Painter. 74, Simon Deadman with the ex-Ninian Sanderson Erskine Starride Norton engine, 55.64. And car 75, which is Richard Robarts, a super competitive 48.68. 48.68. Talent shining through there. Richard Robarts leads the class. Then we had 76 on a 50.33. Finley McIntosh. Not driving his regular circuit racing Cooper, but in this case with the 76 car, which is a Cooper Jap. Scott based in Wales. 77. Alistair Dent with the Cooper most certainly did not do the time that's been credited to him of 32.83, which is about 4 seconds inside the best time we saw in practice this morning by anybody. And that was Andrew Forsyth with the LMS Suzuki. Car 78, failed, unfortunately. That's Oliver Dent with the Hornet. Car powered by a Jap engine. 49.77. Good effort from Hamish Cameron Evely, the youngster, in the Cooper Jap Mark 8. Cameron family long renowned in these parts for their prowess in these sort of cars. Tim Cameron and Barry Oddy were the class winners in the 1989 inaugural 500 Owners Association meeting here. So 79 then, a fine 49.77 by Hamish Cameron Evely, puts him just over a second away from parts master Richard Robarts. So 72 we didn't see. That was Mike Painter in his Kieft, but his son Harry was there with that ex-Harry Whitney car. Car 81 was flagged. That's Mike Wood with the early Iota, the Jap engine, and just being pushed back from the start line is 83, which is Matt Moore driving his relatively recently acquired BJR 500, another Jap engined car. BJR was built by Brian Rousel. Completed from 1956 to 60. Raced it in the south of England, I think, particularly. Crystal Palace, Brands Hatch. After Brian Rousel was raced by J.K. Harvey in 61. Very distinctive looking car, and it's super that Matthew Moore had his stable. He used to race an Austin 7, but now has a 500 all the way up to a Galaxy 500, a 7-litre American monster of a saloon car. There's a Fraser Nash as well. I'm thinking Brian Rousel, a name that sounds familiar, because there was a Formula Fordster in the late 70s, early 80s, raced at Brands Hatch. Paul Rousel, who was from Breed in Sussex, which is that kind of area. Not that common a name, but Brian J. Rousel lent his initials to the BJR. So 81 was flagged. Mike Wood with another go. Then we'll see, hopefully, David Bond in the Martin. Very pretty car that was raced for many a long year by the great Roy Hunt. Such a stalwart of the 500 Owners Association events. In fact, he bequeathed his car to the club to sell to a competitor who was committed to using it, and we've seen Jack Bond, David's son, come out in it in the past. Jack, who works with James Baxter at Tip Top Engineering up Huddersfield Way. Talking about the Martin, Ray Martin designed and built those cars, ex-aero engineer. We saw one win the championship opener with the 500 OA this year at Castle Combe, driven by Alex Wilson, a trio of Wilsons who competes down to the two lads. And this is the David Bond driven Martin. To Charles Headland, was a good driver who won various races in the Formula 3 contemporary class. At the time, 4 car 82, 57.63. London 57. '63. Class led by Richard Robarts with the late model Cooper Mark 11, the ultimate of its type. Well, we've got a car coming back. It's been car 83 has failed, unfortunately, which is Matthew Moore with the BJR, the Brian J. Rousel Special. '84 should be next, which is Richard Kelly, who went really well at Castle Combe in his Cooper, but now is at the wheel of a Starride Mark III. It was a Starride chassis with some modifications. It's not in the factory Starride spec. There's 84 then, coming down to the line. But one car to go ahead of him, and we'll pick that one up in a second. That's one of the Kiefts. Scramble over the curb, first corner, whiz. And without much of its bodywork by the looks of things. the as is up towards Sawbench. Look at that bank of bluebells, very, very attractive. And into the hairpin at Sawbench, lifting a inside rear wheel, 4 inches off the ground, clawing his way to the top. That will be Chaz Reynolds. R72, 58.26. In fact, it was Mike Painter running on the border. 58.26, 72. .54 is on the hill. Here comes the next of the Keefs. This is the immaculate car of Chaz Reynolds running with all his bodywork, which is a novelty after the previous one we saw. To the hairpin comes looks to be the Keen ahead of it. Through there, smoking a little bit, is Chaz Reynolds. 87, it's on a 52.87. Is the Keen F3. That was built in Denmark by Gunnar Jensen, raced by Keen Bertelsen, who was a speedway racer, based on the Alpha Dana design. Was subsequently raced in Sweden. Away has gone the curious angle iron special 250 Velocet engine. Ahead of that, equally curious, French QC number 2. So I think we've never seen QC number 1 over here, but QC number 2, powered by the Triumph V-twin engine, the original French Violet. Sort of hungry kind of sort of shark's mouth painted on it. 85 has done a 52.66. Chaz Reynolds 52.66. The immaculate Kieft. 84 was a 55.29. For Kelly in the Starride. JB Jones in the QC is number 88. He's done a 54.59. And then car 89, 80.72. For the angle iron special of 1946. Next up we have the cars running in the next class. This is not a V-twin Cooper, but a Formula Junior. Richard Ashford's 1960 Mark 1 Formula Junior, the T52 Cooper. BLC powered. 80.72. Haven't seen Robert Burke with the Allard, but now into the twin cylinder Coopers, etc. Richard Ashford's got himself around the hairpin at Sawbench. Now is looks like Andrew Turner charging along in that absolutely glorious Cooper, which is restored superbly well. car that Andy Turner's driving, number 95, which is just on a 48.84. Very impressive. Belonging to the Blair family. Birthday boy Rob here today. Happy birthday for you, Rob. Rod and Mitch, co-owners. The car was raced by De Villiers in South Africa. 1220cc bored and stroked Jap engine, originated by the great Robin Jackson. Frantic action on the line. 93, 59.53, Rich Dashford, Formula Junior. 60.23 for Ruth Ross in number 94. It's John Cooper Works Cooper chassis. Around 300 Cooper 500s made, plus a few of the twin ones. This is the time for 92, which was Bella Murray with the Harley Davidson powered. We haven't. David Oliver on the hill in his first hill climb. 56.38. That's a good improvement from this morning. This is the car that Singaporean racer L.C. Chan drove, bought by David Andrews, David Oliver's uncle, in the early 1970s, 74. In fact, only at 51 years. Carl was born the same year as he was. 1:47. Oh, the time's 98. 49.32. Marked out Mark 8. To 57.63. Double driven cars from earlier. 47 William Butler. 57.63. 146. 66.01. House. And 149 or 56.43. Which is Tim Stamper, a car 99 or 56.18. 56.18 for the 99 Allard K1. '63 that is 62.02. 62.02 then, which pretty much completes that class of Austin 7s, led by Nick Allen on a 54.08. 58.24 is second, which is Darren Darchambault, And Stuart Rose on a 58.74 currently is third in that class. It's the end of the batch, and we will take a short break. I've got while this little lull goes on, just retrieving a car from the first corner, and that is the 91. There was a 500, I think 86 or 186 ran up. I didn't remember giving a number for that, giving us time for that. Not sure it's there. Just check through my reel of times. So that's the 91 that is on its way back. I'm just trying to see if there's a time for that car. Can't see one. So we'll move into the with the final batch of cars, and then we've got a bike batch as well to get through to complete our first runs here at Wiscombe Park. And the Allards coming out with 199, the first of them. Then you're ready to go. So the Allard car's made in South London, progressing, and this is the first of them. We saw 99 go up before, so this is actually 199, the co-driver. 199, which is Jeff Pinch. 5618 is the John Langley in the car. It was amazing. Coupe was remodelled by the owner's grandfather, I believe. This is the car of Ben Stevens, the LRP1 fastback. Time meanwhile for 199, 57.44. Not quite as quick as the co-driver. One Ben Stevens towards the top of the hill, and the earlier Allards going up. 101, 59, 76. Good effort from Ben Stevens and the fastback. Eber 666. 102, 59, 72. For James Smith and the J1 Allard, that is 4 hundredths of a second quicker than Ben Stevens. I think Mark Brett is running. Saw the car here this morning with the LMB Bellamy Ford V8 Special. But 104 69.94 to complete the runners in that class. Simon Warburton with the Allard P1. Now we go to the sports racing and sports racing touring cars and anything else that kind of doesn't fit anywhere else in the entry. And we'll started 105. Paul Lund with the Ford Lotus Cortina on a 54.71. Now away goes the Mallock. It's Mallock Mark 24, and this is one of our 500 racers. This was actually 97 Charles Reynolds, who should have been in the previous class with a Mark 10, but it's got brake issues. He bought his Mallock Mark 24, and he is flying up the hill now is Andrew Forsyth with the OMS CF04. Designed and built by Steve Owen up in Leeds, carbon fibre card with a 1400 Suzuki Hayabusa engine. You can see this car festooned with downforce, and Andrew knows this hill at the back of his hand. He was very, very quick this morning in the 36s, and here he goes round the top of Martini. 37.19 for Andrew Forsyth. And he's gunning for BTD. Best time of the day on the hill, which is so beloved of his late father. Sorry, we've lost comms, just died. No, I've got screens, got your stuff, but no sound. Just dead through my headset. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Cheers. Let's hope that our PA's been restored now. We lost it for a minute or so, and it's come back, I'm glad to say. So 107 52.77 for Andrew McDonald. The Beck MG special. Then we had 108 Peter Eade. That was in the Westfield. Yes, a very good time. 42.66. With the Dunhill Ford Z-Tech engine in it, 109 and 65.73. For the Cortina GT of George Pinder, 110. Simon Taylor with the fabulous HWM Chevrolet Stowbolt Special, 51.97. Which, if you discount Andrew Forsyth as BTD currently, Simon Taylor quickest in this class, 51.97, ahead of Andrew McDonald, 52. Peter Eade as well, of course, 42.66. Peter Reid leads the way of the non-single seaters, if you like. 1:11. Time for that? No. 1:12. 45.96. For James Baxter in the amazing Cooper Chevrolet car that Peter Rail drove in the States in 1969 and 1970. 1:14. 50.76. That is John White in the 1:13.47.58. That is Trevor Parsons with the Caterham 7. And 1:15, David Gill with the Fiat Punto, 54.62. 47. Going back some classes, 59.50. That's John Butler. Oh, that was flagged earlier on. 46 at 60.27. Also flagged. 1:5:54.62. There you that. The three-wheeled Morgan saw 53 go down. Also into that class of sports racing cars, Charles Reynolds with the Mallock Mark 24, the change of class from the Cooper. 53, the early Morgan. Has that gone up yet? No, got another Morgan, though on track. This is the modern example. Morgans run under a different permit to the cars. These are ACU, motorcycle union permits. And 81 has posted the time in the interim, 55.52. Mike Wood in the Iota. I think that pretty much completes the runners and riders in that. I think Mr. Smith, I think, has been up maybe once, didn't see a time for it. 1:62 is Philip Yarnell with the modern Morgan for 2010. 60.81. Morgan, someone in the past museum reminds me of the French Catering Championship race where they strap journalists into the passenger seat of cars under race conditions. Really bear thinking about. 1:65 is Tim Giddens with the Morgan Super Aero. 71.09. 53, the early Aero, 64.67. To check who that is, not in the programme. 1:63 and 1:64 are the other two Morgans. 1:64 are 58.89. Tony Quinn. 163 is Alistair Rue, but I don't see a time for him. Now, a problem away from the line for the trike as we go into the bike classes. This is the Warren and Williams Suzuki 914. 60.77. 77. 58.89 is the way. 60.77 is next. 60.81. We are not in modern one is in third. Trike after that problematic start. Has done a 51.09. 51.9. I think they'll go a lot quicker later on.
Attention paddock, can the bike down patch 5, please, for paddock excellent. Bike down patch 5, please.
Bikes, and there are some sidecars. They'll be up in the next batch. Three very different sidecar outfits here. James Foster with the Foster BMW 1100cc, Simon and Jane Foster with the Honda F2 600cc, and Kevin and Sarah Duell had a bit of an issue this morning, I think, with the Windle. Kawasaki, really well known name in sidecar manufacturers, Windle. Until that appears. As the cars come back. Simon Taylor's HWM stove-bolter car, based in its original form by Sterling Moss, but then converted in the States to take this Chevy engine, drives it on the road, driven down from West London, where he lives. Journalist with decades of service, editor of Autosport, publisher of Autosport, and then columnist for numerous magazines in the last few decades. I first met Simon back at Thruxton in the 1970s. My lap charted for him in the commentary box at the Club Chicane, where I worked last weekend, which was interesting sort of full circle. Trying to look at that, the early Morgan number 53. It's one of the additions to our entry. And 53 was was in class 4 and has moved to class 14, so okay. Oh, that's Tom Colland in the 1932 Morgan. So moved in with the others. So the bike's going down. Outright bike record just inside 40 seconds, 39.94. Set by Jimmy Hodges back in 2019. So I've got bikes to our left, bikes going down to the start. One or two changes of bike in the entry. First one away. Winding it up well. Feeling that was 398.
Attention paddock, we are going to attempt second time run. As I have said several times today, we are losing a lot of time. We're going to have we have had a very nice experience. And the marshals are going to have a very long day, so if there is also anybody that doesn't want to have their second time run, we are making our 50-30 finish, which is extremely late for not only yourselves but the marshals on the hill. Also for the event in tomorrow, so please try and help us by being available at our exit and also ensuring that you do your run safely and make it all the way to the top of the hill.
2:44 has gone up in a time of 48:22. The bike action, followed by 3:98, 54:64. Patrick Evans on the KTM, 44:22, 8:22, and 3:98 the Lovelock KTM. We're down from near Donington Park, 54.64. 370's done a 46:14. Which is Michael Tilley. 280 Honda CR now at the 250. Number 642.43. That's Callum Short on the KTM, 42.43, and then a 44.40 for bike 10. Guy Ursel with the Swedish Husqvarna. And then we go to 508, 45.67 for Mark Short. .37 for 512. That is Steve Atkins on the Greaves Griffin. And 538. Cameron Williams, a stout 43.62. Second in class currently to Callum Short. Cameron Williams on the Aprilia SKV. .542, which is the change for Anthony Isaac with the Kawasaki 450, a 54.61. He moves up a class. .551, Rich Davis, 54.61. So there must be a different one for what is now 542. 542 was actually 48.73. Excellent, 48.73. For Anthony Isaac, now on the Kawasaki. .555, done 47.15. On the KTM and 553, 45.39. 45.39. So it's 42s and 43s which lead the way. 561, Pete Isaac 58.54. With the 500 Velasat. And the last runner in that class should be 590, Keith Haynes with the KTM. bigger bikes just warming up to my left. 5:61 then the last time up there. Pete Isaac on the Velasat. The bike's made in Hall Green, Birmingham. A very talky getaway for the next runner, and that is motoring up over the little brow. Try to straight line it as much as possible. Leg out one side, leg out the other, going through the gate, and then leaning the bike over tremendously quick up through the S's before it gets to the hairpin. Turns it in very neatly, gets back on the power, a little puff of smoke, and away he goes. Rockets up towards the top. 5.90, did a 44.35. Bike number one. Oh, what a cracking time. 41.57. 41.57 for Tom Short. The class record holder on 40.51. He's 1.26 away from that, 1.25 seconds away from that with his opening gambit this afternoon. Bike 3, a 41.67. This is a real battle royal brewing here. 1/10 of a second splits Tom Short and Tommy Hodges. He's on the DevTech 637.
Drivers in back one, please to make your way to paddock exit for your second time well.
Wide exit from the hairpin bike rounding saw bench. Bit difficult to pick numbers up on these. It's a bright sunny day.
Batch number one this morning, so batch number 6 or batch number 1, whichever way you're doing it. If you could be at paddock exit now, please.
Bike number 4, it's a 42.26. So that's well in touch. 3/4 of a second splitting the top 3 in this class. Bike 7, 43.29. Which is Jamie Mitchell on the AMS Mitchell. .29 then to bike 7, bike 8, 43.69. Very well seeded, this class, because you've got 41, 41, 42, 43, 43. Now on the hill it should be behind the 710, which is Mark Williams on the Honda VFR. 47.18 for Mark Williams, the Honda VFR. Then 44.39 for 744, which is Chris Keats. 44.39. And just a couple more bikes to go in this class. So stoppage at the moment. Last few bikes lining up, and 3 3 sidecars. .763 has failed. That's Josh Williams. And a couple more bikes therefore were flagged. 770 and 770 and 9. 770, Matthew Mogridge, who completes the class for 501 to 750cc, and Dave Norris, local man with his KTM. In fact, quite a lot of local drivers in this field here.
Hello there, sir. Sorry.
While there is a lull in proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, has anybody lost a pair of spectacles? They are black. I'm not going to say, they were found on the spectator bank up across the meadow effectively. They're quite shallow in composition. A pair of black specs. I'm just trying to let's see if there are any marks on them in terms of manufacturer. There aren't. They've been handed in to me in the commentary box here, and I will happily give them back to officials at the club. But if you've lost a pair of black specs, so I should imagine the lenses are about probably 1.5 inches wide, something like that. 1.5 to 2 inches wide, and about 3/4 of an inch deep, something like that. They're really quite an unusual shape, so they're quite distinctive. And if you lost a pair of black specs, then they've been handed in by a very kind spectator who found them in the grass. Of course, they may have been lost in the previous event. Who knows? So 770 has had another go. 47.28. And then 9, 43.37. So we've got sidecars now coming up to the line as the last few solos go. Last times coming in 49.72 for 8.03. And now we've got the sidecars herring up first. Kevin and Sarah Duel on the 988. Looks like that's the Windle Kawasaki. The Weymouth pair. The Windle's mastermind by the late Terry Windle. Their sidecar combination is 1, 5 World Championships, and making great strides up the hill. And they turn into the final corner, Martini hairpin, and fly over the line. Fantastic run, really very, very neat from Devonshire on the 988 sidecar. Meanwhile, 864, Peter Ford did a 48.33. 818, Stu Mills did a 45.92. Second in class so far. And then do we get anything for 881? We did a 51.19 for Keith Hunt. Now the sidecars have gone up now. 881, we've got that. So Mark and James Foster, they've gone up 974. They have 55.79. That's a 969. Did a 44.24. And then the Windle 988. 58.05. Now got this. It was the. I apologise. It was Simon and Jane Foster who went up so quickly on the Honda CBR, and they did a 44.24. So it wasn't the Windle. The Windle went later. 988. 58.05. So it's the multiple champions then. Simon and Jane Foster, who've gone up so quickly, 44.24. They are top of the tree there by a long way, but they are 1.5 seconds-ish behind the Ian Guy, Jed Pillmore Brady record. So we've got a few more cars just to get to run, sort of double-driven cars, probably flagged before, and we will see as we complete the runs. The cars return from the top, and then we'll get underway with our second runs. So we're back into the Coopers. One is there's the Cooper to run, and then we've got the Smith as well. '77 is the car on the hill, which is Alistair Dent with a Cooper Mark V, the 1951 Cooper. He's already up into the S's, sweeping through that flick-flack of corners in the middle. And up towards Sawbench, as the Smith is away. Fred Smith, round the hairpin, up onto the top straight goes Alistair Dent with the 77 Cooper. So 54.47. 54.7. Back there, and we wait for the time for either 86 or 186. It is 186, 59.22. 59.22 for Kim Chilver with the Smith Jap Mark III. I don't think we've seen the 91 William Southcombe Kieft this afternoon, I think we're pretty much through that class. And the big class of 500 Owners Association racing cars, currently with 2 drivers inside 50 seconds. Richard Robarts with the bright yellow Cooper Mark 11 on a 48.68, and Hamish Cameron Evely with the Cooper Mark 8 49.77. Both jet powered cars, and both going really well. In 3rd place in that class currently, let's have a look. 48.68, 49.77, and who's in the 50s? We've got Harry Painter on 50.21, Finley McIntosh on 50.33, and they've got 52s for Charles Reynolds with the Kieft, and Mark Willis with the Keen F3. So a good mix of cars in that class. Waiting to repatriate them to the paddock, and we'll be underway with our second and decisive runs. Will be back into their paddock slots pretty quickly. We'll resume in a couple of minutes.
time runs, but I will warn you if there is any incidents or any further delay, I might have to stop it, unfortunately, but we will do our utmost to get your second time runs underway.
We're about to start the second runs then, with Class 1 road going saloons and sports cars. It's a road going estate which leads them away on a country estate. That's Nicholas Davis with the BMW 330D. Good old talkie machine for this kind of job, and was in pole position until Shane Currell had his rerun in the bike engine Tiger 6. Much more suitable for this sort of thing. So the BMW 50.42 first time up, car 11. 50.42 looking for a time inside 50 seconds, that would be an achievement.
50 seconds.
Time this time 50.52, 1/10 outside. So still a very good effort by Nicholas Davis. The Mazda was next up. Away goes Roger the Dodger Hodgson himself from Newton Abbot, retired shopkeeper. And this next Saga Rally car. Two careful owners can't speak for the other, he says, which is splendid. Loved his motorsport over the last 70 odd years, been following it and getting involved. His wife, Jo, whose late father, Frank Bigger, won the 1956 Monte Carlo Rally. Irishman with husband Ronnie Adams and Derek Johnson in a Mark 7. Roger heading his way to the top. Full time for 14 is a 54.70. Peter Smith with the Mazda. MX-5 not as quick as before. And then we had 17, which was Roger Hodgson, a 53.35. 53.35. That's super consistent hill climbing. 0.05 of a second slower than this morning's runs, and it might be that there's more temperature in the surface, which isn't helping. 19 is a 47.90. And that is Shane Currell. And again, the class leader, not quite as quick as before. 20, a 54.63. Big improvement for the 3-litre Ford Anglia. And 21, 58.73, David Jameson. That's taken 7/10 off the morning time with the wonderful Volvo PV544. Double driven 22 and 122.
Double trip 22 and 122.
It's the Audi 261.97.
I did see some white smoke coming out of the back of the door.
23 is Stephen Whitehead with the Honda Civic, 1400 Civic. Time is a 53.14. About half a second quicker than this morning. 32. .31 did a 53.60. That was Julian Webb in the Triumph TR3A, a tenth slower than this morning. 29 was Martin Harvey in the TR7. 54.30, good improvement. 30, good improvement. So it was the TR4 that was flying this morning. 28, we haven't seen it yet. 31 did a 53.60. 32 a 56.15. 3 or 4 tenths trimmed back by James Walter with Morgan +4 at 32. 33 a 52.87. 34 a 64.28, not as quick as before. Getting into the big engine Morgans now. Meanwhile, we've had 35 a 56.99. We've got Neil Duncanson on the hill in 36. Lives in France, but prefers to compete over here. Regularly ran here from 2007 to 13. Now to Quattro. 56.42. 4 car 36, which is Neil Duncanson. 56, 42. .38, 50.04. 9 hundredths of a second found.
Thank you everyone, lap 1 is now complete. We're looking to drive you back 2, thank you for being at paddock exit. Driving back 2, which is back 7, to paddock exit. I will get there eventually. Back to 7, to paddock exit please.
So it looks like, although we've not seen one of the cars yet, 37. Looks like that class has gone to Philip Coupland with that improved 50.04. Andy Hatch was in the 52s. He would have been second, I think, and Alan Foster, who we've not seen yet in the second runs, in car 37, the 54s, he would be third. Car 18, meanwhile, a 71.72. This is the Morris Minor Traveller of 18 Ben Abbott's, the Bristol bicycle shop owner. Loves pre-war jazz, vintage cars, old motorbikes, pork pies, brown beer. And he says the car now has 77 horsepower, the Morris Minor Traveller. rarer than an AC Cobra or a chain drive Fraser Nash, but completely worthless, no success at all. Generally very bad at this. Hoping to set course record for wooden estate cars, which I think he's probably done that, in fairness. So mission accomplished. Well done, Ben, the bicycle shop owner in the Moggy Minor Traveller. End of batch then, and depleted Class 1 ATR register. Last looks like then olds with that excellent 4692 in the Triumph TR4. Was quickest from this morning. Short break, we'll be back with our next batch of cars. Class 1, which looks like it's almost completed. We have the Tiger 6 of Shane Currell far and away quickest in that at 47.76, backed up by 47.90. Next up we had Nicholas Davis with the BMW 330D on this morning's 50.42, which was 11 hundredths quicker than Keith Hume in the Porsche 914, who improved to a 50.55. Looks like the top three as things stand. Volvo went well in that class. Here we go into the Rileys. That's 39.
We're on back 7 now. Back 7. If you are coming out in back 7, if you could help the paddock marshal by making your way in order, please, to the paddock exit, please. That's drivers in back 7.
Simon Calloway on the hill in the 1937 Riley Sprite, working his way through to Sawbench hairpin. Round the hairpin he goes, charging up the hill on the Castle Straight as Sarah Calloway comes into sight with the sister car this year, 1 year older, under 36. 51.88 with Simon Calloway's class leading time. Initially 52.44, this time not so quick. Sarah Calloway did a 62.80 in her car. The previous run, and this time it's a 62.01, so 7/10 improvement for Sarah Kellaway. 41 on the hill, and 43, I think that's all going up there. 42 going around the hairpin, which is David McRobert, Hardy 12.4 Special. .42, 55.64. David McRobert, 55.64. Useful improvement. About 6/10 of a second. It's a distant chase behind them because it's Simon Kellaway who leads really well. 58.58 for car 43. Simon Thorpe. You're really pleased with that because it's because it has improved its time by over a second on this morning's. More VSCC riders with us. I wonder whether we're going to see a charge whether the cotton special is fixed and can run again, because it failed this morning on the first runs. Car 44, 65, 69. Not as quick as this morning. We haven't seen Michael James, so I fear that that car is more to combat. Hopefully get it fixed for tomorrow. VSCC Hillclimb here at Wiscombe Park. 46 of 59.92. And that will give Kevin Morton a smile, because let's put him inside a minute. 47, also inside a minute. 59.95. But not as quick as the 59.56 from before. From John Butler, with 3 double-driven cars in the middle of this. Here comes Granny with Gary Clare, 54.02. Second in this class in the morning. Nobody could live with David Morris in the ERA. .49, 60.59. As quick as before for Ian Muir. 48.57, 57.43. Fractionally slower. Car 51, 54.32. 50 to 55.04, not as fast as before. As away goes another of these splendid specials. We look to the start line and we've got a fantastic motor car here. This is David Morris, now 55, from Exeter, former Team Lotus mechanic, and he's driving the fabulous ERA R11B. This is Humphrey, as it's known, car that won the 1936 Cork Grand Prix in Ireland, second in the South African Grand Prix, and then after the war raced by John Bolster, Jock St John Horsfall, and then Ken Wharton, who won the British Hillclimb Championships in 51, 52 and 53 using this car and a Cooper. Also won the European Championship in 51 and also won 20 Seaman trophies in various hands, making his father's on his own, at Monaco in 1979. He was at that race covering it, the big historic race celebrating the 50th anniversary of the first Monaco Grand Prix, won by William Grover Williams in the Bugatti. 55 then, David Morris did 48.67 this morning, 48.75 this afternoon. So a few hundredths slower. 54 at 60.85. Again, half a second or so down. For Anthony Norton. And 52 and 91.21 for John de Verve in the 1913 Singer Racer. 56. James Burmester, have we seen him? We've seen 55's time, which is David Morris. To complete this class. We go into the Austin 7s and some double driven cars. 56, James Burmester, 60.41. Over a second inside this morning, 61.55. Good improvement for former ERA racer Paul Mullins in his MGK1 Magnet. 58, 60.77. Not quite as quick as this morning for Tim Robson with his MG Magnet. Next time up, if you look at this class, class won by David Morris on the 48.67 from this morning in the ER8. I think Gary Clare will probably just about be second in the granny, but do we get a second time? 51, James Morland. I wonder if we did. 51, 54, 32 from James Morland. So he's in the running as well. Car 59, starting the Austin 7 class, that's Stuart Rose. did a 60.14. Drifted out by a second and a bit, so 58.74 is his better time. Car 60, 70.16. Again, half a second slower. Going back to car 24, 58.36. 24, 58.36 for Gary Baxter. Who's will switch classes, I'm sure, with the HRG with a really good time. That's found in 4 seconds. 4 seconds to Gary Baxter in his first hill climb, driving the Borrell HRG. 61 is a 63.56 for Graham Beckett. $63.56. Not as good as before, and we wait for further times in this class. Car 62, 66.27. Another to find 4 seconds. So moving in the right direction. It's all about learning, steep learning curve on these hills. 65 pressing on in the lower reaches of the hill, round Wiz Corner and across the meadow. David Fennell joins the start line in the toy. Car 62, 66, 27. Pushing on around the hairpin.
Attention paddock, looking to drive you back 8 now. I really appreciate how you helped us by being available at paddock exit. Some of you not taking your second runs, but if we can keep this momentum up, we may make it home tomorrow. So if you can have back 8 please to paddock exit please, that's back 8 to paddock exit, or as near as you can get to paddock exit please.
65, Darren Darchambault, not as quick in the Austin 7 Sports, 59.21. Fennell in 67, 62.66, improvement by about half a second. So it looks like Nick Allen in the 64 has been quickest in that class. 68, moving into the next class, 49.57. 49.57, which is 1/10 quicker than 49.67 this morning. 69 at 51.09. 51.09, just slipped a fraction. This morning's 51.70 for Robin Harcourt-Smith with the Fraser Nash, the Alvis engine. Car that was one of the Norris specials back in the day. I remember Guy Smith driving on a very regular basis in kinds of events. So we're soon going to move into the 500s again. As we work through the 2 classes for 500 Owners Association cars. The 500s, then the V-twins. Allards and sports and racing and saloon cars, Downton Motor Club class, and the Morgan three-wheelers coming out to complete the car action. Then we'll go into the motorcycles and the sidecars at the end of that. So moving along swiftly as we can. urgent call out for a Mr. Gallantry, if you're listening. If you'd like to return to the bar tent, the marquee in the paddock, the gentleman behind the bar has something to your advantage. You appear to have dropped something and it's been handed in. So, Mr. Gallantry, if you'd like to make your way to the marquee, you will be pleasantly surprised, I am sure. Gallantry is heading hopefully to the bar. Gentleman's collected his spectacles, so happy days. Right, we're underway with the 500s then. Already en route. First 2 or 3 of them. Harry Painter, I see, shooting across the meadow, out of my sight. Well, you see the Keith, his dad, Mike Painter, up ahead. First car in his batch is Dominic Bishop with the Cooper Mark 6, 55.61. Then 72, Painter with the Keith, 57.51, good improvement for Mike. .73, and that is Harry Painter. He was on 50.21, you'll be pleased with that. 49.84. Inside 50 seconds for Harry Painter. It's going to move him, makes him the third driver under 50. I think it leaves him third because from like 49.77, which was Hamish Cameron Evely. Car 74, 56.22. Not as quick as before. For Simon Deadman, leaves him the ex-Indian Sanderson Star Ride, 55.64. Next up was 75, Richard Robarts, this time a 49.31. 49.31, the ex-Grand Prix driver. Leaves his 48.68. The target for Hamish Cameron Evely, 76. Finley McIntosh, unfortunately, a fail. He'll stay on 50.33. Next away is 78, that's the Hornet of Oliver Dent, Hornet Jap engine in it. 77, meanwhile 53.75. improvement for Alistair Dent. Oliver Dent in the Hornet failed first time up, I think. So this time, time's up. 78 yet, don't know that we do. 86 meanwhile on a 67.94. Stuart Barnes with the Swift. With the Smith, sorry. 79, 48.96. 79. 48.96, terrific time. 48.96 improves Paris Cameron Evely's morning run. Still leaves him second, but it's a close second to Richard Robarts, about 3/10 behind. So well done to young Hamish. It's like the veteran Richard Robarts taken this class from Harry Painter. All three with Jap engines, incidentally, quite torquey, the Jap engines, and light. 81, Mike Wood did a 53.93. Good improvement. That's in the Iota. And 84. Richard Kelly with the Star Ride. That's 55.29. It's now 55.05. So improvement. Jones flying up in the Cousy. While the Keane goes through the hairpin. Danish car of Mark Willis. 85 Charles Reynolds did 52.60. Kieft. Few hundredths away, 600ths better than before. And 87, Mark Willis in the Keane, 53.49. Not as good as before, 52.87 before. 88, JB Jones in the Cousy, 55.53.
Cousy, 5.53.
Richard Ashford's making his way up in the next class. Car 89, Alistair Howells, 75.70. Goliath Special. Now into the V twins. car 92, that's Bella Murray with the Cooper Mark 5 with 100 boots, that's 62.95. Ashford and the Cooper T52 with BMC engine. It's a Formula Junior type 52, 56.59. Very good improvement. Got 82, 53, 76. That's David Bond. Super improvement for him. First event for David Bond, Jack's dad. In the Martin designer-built car, eponymous machine. There's Andrew Turner pushing on round Sawbench hairpin. He leads the way on a 48.84 from before. Car 94, 57 and 77. Super improvement from Ruth Ross. $57.77 then for Ruth Ross. Stoppage on the hill. $95. Andrew Turner unfortunately failed to reach the summit. So the class leader in the Blair family's Cooper Mark 6, the V2 in the immaculate machine. Blair family here to watch. Birthday boy Rob, Rod and Mitch, welcome. David Oliver, I think it was red flagged, so he'll have another chance. He's in his first event in David Andrews' XLC Chan Singapore Cooper. Car his uncle's owned for 51 years. Challenger for Andrew Turner was Mark Dent, Cooper Mark 8. Remember when they were coming back before that Andrew Turner said the clutch cable pulled through in the Cooper Jap. That's the class leading car. That'll be Mark Dent waiting on the line in the Cooper Mark 8. T54 car. We've got 1, 2, 3 at least double driven Rileys to have their second runs. There's about 4 of them in the queue. In fact, we've got 146, 147, 148 and 149 to complete that class. Great class of VSCC Rileys with 7 singletons, of which 6 are run competitively, plus the 4 double driven cars. I can see some marshals up the hill dressing some slippery stuff. So there's been a collection of oil, spillage, powder, if you like, dust, to just address this problem up at the top of the hill. See marshals beering away with their buckets and buckets and brooms and hopefully it won't be too long, but the spillage appears to be around the outside of the final hairpin at Martini.
Hey ho, hey ho.
And now line is being laid down the middle of the track there as well, but it's just that short squirt from Martini hairpin to the finish line, the timing line. Certainly a good time to thank our hard-working marshalling team here at Wiscombe today, as ever. Super professional and working really hard to ensure that we can resume as quickly as possible. See the Allards wanting to come out to play again. And also that fearsome Trike that had a problem getting off the line last time. So a little bit more brushing to do just on the immediate approach to Martini, but it looks like the marshals up there in the main have rejoined their posts. I have to wait for the course car to come back down. I can see a course car at the hairpin. Just driving up over the timing line into the top paddock. Just 2 cars to run again for this class. There's one Cooper sitting in the slot at Wiz Corner as well. About 20 cars still to run, plus the bikes. It's absolutely stunning afternoon here at Wiscombe Park, and of course we continue with our hill climb weekend here tomorrow with the Vintage Sports Car Club, which moves in en masse overnight. Some of the 500s will be continuing to play then, just as the VSCC invitees have joined the party today. See marshals rushing back to the start line. The red flag has been just walked across the road at the start, and we've got the last couple of V-twins to run again. On the line now will be Mark Dent with the number 98 Cooper Mark 8. Thumbs up, and very shortly it will be away. There we go, Mark Denton away. Possibility of catching the class leader because it's Andy Turner has had the problem up the hill, and away he goes. Sounds a bit flat though as he goes across the meadow, up out of our sight, through the gate, and then in and out the dusty bluebells, as they say, up towards Shawbeck hairpin. A little hump to ride through, onto the brakes, turn it in, floor it around the hairpin, get that exit speed, and charge up to the top. So it's not too slippery when he gets to the top at Martini. He's gone through in a big opposite lock tail slide, and he's got to the top. So what's his time? This could be crucial to the class. Car 50.63, not quite as quick as before, so Andy Turner's house win is safe. Back underway, and let's have a look at that time. 1:48 went through. That was the double driven Riley. Time for 1:48, 65.22. Time for 1:46, 62.47. Three and a half seconds improvement for Ethan Harris. 1:47, 58.24. 1:47, 58. For William Butler. 1:49, 57.33. Tim Stampen was as quick as before. So among the Rileys, super quick car failed this morning, but looks like it's Simon Callaway on a 51.88, who's won it by a considerable margin. Car 99 meanwhile a 56.59.
Nice, is it?
99 John Langley with the Allard K1 did a 56.59. That's half a second-ish slower than before. Cars coming back now at the end of their batch. One more batch to go when everyone is down. the cars coming down then, and there's the quickest of our 500s, which is number 75, Richard Robarts, with the bright yellow Cooper Mark 11 Jap 57 car. One of the last of the Coopers, first built 500s in around 1948. Around 300 of them built. A little factory where kind of the racing car mass production industry kicked off so successfully, and within 11 years of building their first 500, Cooper Car Company, Charles John Cooper in Soberton, Surrey, had won the Formula 1 World Championship with Jack Brabham. He won in 59 and 1960 in works cars. Jack, a very fine mechanic in his own right, used to prepare the cars as well, prepare his teammates' cars if necessary, and went on to win the championship, World Championship, a third time in 1966 with his eponymous car that Brabham built by, designed by Ron Tarmac and built by their company, Motor Racing Developments. So you're witnessing here today what is was the sort of start of the production racing car industry. Cooper's built many, many more cars than any other constructor, and earned commensurate success over the years. Some great drivers, Stan Moss of course among them, who won a race at the very first Goodwood meeting in September 1948. Likes of Alan Brown, who won the 1951 Luxembourg Grand Prix in one of the Currie Richmond cars alongside Eric Brandon. And there were the likes of Ivor Bueb, who went on to win the Le Mans 24 Hours on 2 occasions in Jaguars. The great Jim Russell, Les Leston, and then Keith racers such as Don Parker. Some real stars came up in the 500 era before its place on the ladder really was taken by Formula Junior, brainchild of Count Johnny Lurani, who himself was a pre-war racer. There's an example of a Formula Junior car here today. Richard Ashford's Cooper Type 52 Junior. One or two cars just to get back to the start line from the holding kind of lay-by at Wiz Corner. So it shouldn't be too long before we're back underway. The 500cc cars next in action next weekend for a round of the Racing Championship at Mallory Park. 2 races there. In fact, this Hillclimb is also a round of the Racing Championship, and other race events will be rounds of the Speed Championship. But there we go, we've got Allards now coming down into stage, led by the red car I've already seen go up as 99, it'll be 199 this time. I believe. Away goes the first of the Allards. Waiting then for the last few times among the cars. The bikes will come out to close the programme. 99 has gone up in 56.59, which we saw before. Now it's 199, same car, second driver, 57.42. 57.42. The track must be there because the second driver up there, Jeff Pinch, has improved his morning time by 0.02 of a second. 101 is next up, 60.20. Ben Stevens. And that delightful Allard fastback. Sort of cars developed for competition by Sydney Allard and Tom Lush, his right hand man. 102, 60.59. A little slower than 59.72 from this morning. Those two cars separated in the early runs by 0.04 of a second. There goes the Mallock. 46.42 this morning in the hands of Charles Reynolds. The Mallock Mark 24 replacing his Cooper V Twin, which he had entered. Watch the Mallock. These are the sort of cars, the Clubman sports cars, in their 60th anniversary year of Clubman's. Going to celebrate in 2 weeks' time, Prescott Hillclimb near Cheltenham. First of a couple of special 60-year celebrations. So many top hill climbers came up through the Mallocks. The likes of Andy Prio, David Grace, Martin Groves, Martin Griffiths, Chris Carmack and others. White was another one. Up the top has gone Andrew Forsyth. He's been flying all day in this OMS 37.19 this morning for car number 106. Seen him get to the top, but I haven't seen a time at this point. Now we've got the Westfield SCI Peter Reid with the Dunhill engines Ford Z-Tech in it, 42.66 early on, so stout time, and he'll be heading up pretty soon. 107. Donald did 53.38. Time for 106, 56.30 for 105, Paul Lund. Not as fast as before for the Let's call Tina. And 108, a 43.37, 43.37 for Peter Reid. Again, not as quick. What did 97 Charles Reynolds do? 45.66. So that's not as quick either. Most of these are a little off their earlier pace. And here goes the big Cooper T90, car built in 1969, the last production Cooper made, and a car that was raced in the States by Peter Rail. now in the hands of James Baxter, vintage star of yore. He also competed on the hills in the modern Gould and other cars. He's multiple Vintage Sports Car Club hill record holder in many cars, and so he recently bought the only other surviving T90 Cooper, and he said it's a massive car to thread up this hill, but he's certainly enjoying it, and the car is immaculately presented by his tip-top engineering business at Huddersfield Way. And the time set then for James Baxter in the Cooper Chevrolet T90, a 46.82. 46.82, so not as quick as before, but he'll have enjoyed himself thoroughly. He always does. 10 Simon Taylor, a 52.39. Not quite as quick as before. 51.97 remains on his slate, and 109 George Pinder, 63.24, which is a good improvement on the person in the past who did on the second round. We've got the Downton Motor Club class on its way. 3 is Trevor Parsons, who leads the way by 47.58. He's just done a 48.80. Lost a bit of time there. With the little Cooper down there. Just a car that was stopped earlier on. I think that was the one, or maybe another one. Let's have a look. No, here's Dave Oliver. There he goes. See the number across from the bright sunshine. 114 John White in the Mini. 50.03. Good improvement. It's leaving the second place. And Gill in the 115 Punto, 53.27. So improvement, but leaves in third in this Downton Motor Club class. Downton fabled PMC engine tuners in the village of Downton between Fordingbridge and Salisbury, by Daniel Richmond and his formidable wife Bunty. Last of the Allards, 104, which was Simon Warburton, improved to a good 66.84.
Attention paddock, the next batch will be the motorcycle entry. We've only got 3 or 4 to run in this batch, so the motorcycle entry, if I could ask you as always, if you could get yourselves ready, I'd be much appreciated. Last batch just about to start. Once we return, these will be the motorcycle entry.
To the Morgans. Morgan plus passenger arriving at Sawbench. '96. David Oliver, 56.38 before, and 58.02 this time. 8:52. Philip Yarnell 8:62.41 in the modern example. 60 this morning, 60.1. Mr. Ruhr 163 to the 60.77, but Tony Quinn led the way with a 58.89. What gives this time 164 to 58.06. Super improvement, 8/10 from Tony Quinn's best time, and 165 to 66.28. 66.28 for 165, huge improvement, 164 of 58.06, and 163 62.32. There's the Trike. '53 Morgan 66.70. Tom Golland has done 66 this time, not as good as his 64.67 this morning. Yeah, passes 7 through. Dr. David Trike has won the Fraser Nash class with a 49.57 to Robin Harcourt Smith's 50.70. 500s. 75 Richard Robarts the winner on 48.68. Second Hamish Cameron Evely on 48.96. And then in the third place Harry Painter on a 49.84. The V Twins Andrew Turner the winner on a 48.84. Second place, Mark Dent on a 49.32. Allard's looks like 56.18. John Langley has won it. From the 57.42 of teammate Jeff Pinch. Sports and racing cars, Andrew Forsyth's time is out of the ballpark of anybody else. 37.19 this morning. Didn't see a time for him this afternoon, though he did finish. 37.19 good enough by any standards. James Baxter in that group, also in that group, of course, would have been Chaz Reynolds with his Mallet Mark 24 to the 46.42. But James Baxter. Reynolds improved to a 45.66, which would have actually grabbed him second, I think, from Baxter in the Cooper Chevrolet. James Baxter, 45.96 for him. Downton Club class, Trevor Parsons in the Caterham 7, 47.58 class winner. From John White in the Mini, David Gill in the Fiat Punto. And in the Morgan class, Tony Quinn at a 58.06 is the only sub-minute runner. Early classes, the road going saloons and sports cars, John Reed tried hard in the second run, couldn't get close to Shane Currell, who won it on Tiger 6. Rich Davis in the BMW Diesel picked Keith Soon with the Porsche 914 to second. Team registering the best time to the 46.92 this morning of there's Olds, didn't see him again this afternoon in the TR4. In the Morgans it was Philip Copeland, who won it on a 50.04. VSCC Riley, Simon Kellaway, the victor, 51.88. By a long way. I think David McRobert was in the 55s. No one else under 57, apart from 56.43 at the end for Tim Stamper. So it looks like it's Kellaway, McRobert and Stamper in that one. David Morris in ERA R11B won the VSCC registered cars class. James Morland would have just pipped Gary Clare for second, and the Austin Sevens, Nick Allen's 54 would have been a winner. So the bikes waiting to go to close the day out. The collection of motorcycles, and then sidecars at the end. TV screen is just timed out, which is really handy. Nothing I could do to rescue that one, but the bikes are en route. We still have our timing sheets. Bikes waiting then for the off. First one away. Line one for the Trike, meanwhile at 48.77. That is Warren and Williams. And the solo motorcycles trying as hard as ever. Not perhaps so directly into the sun this time. Was Patrick Evans on the KTM, and he's done a 49.06 this time. Not as quick as previously. Classmate have moved into the next class. It's 70 to the 46.04. 270 is the renumbered 221. 46.4, 10th of a second quicker than before in the second class. Anthony Isaac also moves up a class. .398, 56.81. Nowhere near the 54.64 that Nick Lovelock did before in his KTM. Anthony Isaac's upper class. So I think Michael Tilley moved classes into the 250 to 350s. He's won that one. 10:43.92. Yes, that's improvement for Guy Ursel with the Husqvarna. Number 6 at 42.98. Which is half a second behind the previous one. 5:08 is Mark Short, 45.67 first time up, 46. 46.45 this time. Not as quick. For Steve Atkins on the Greaves Griffin. 5:38, 42.80 improvement. 42.80 for improvement. Cameron Williams on the Aprilia. Not quite down to the 42.43 of Callum Short earlier on, but he's pretty close. 5:42, which is the renumbered bike of Anthony Isaac, 450 Kawasaki. He's done a 48.66. 48.66, which is a few hundreds, 700s quicker than this morning. 5:51 is Reg Davis, 54.59. 200s quicker. 200s quicker. This morning. Richard Peaty on Husqvarna is next up. 5:53. 45.08. Good improvement. 3/10. Stephen Butler on the 555. 47.04. Improved by 11 100ths of a second. How can Peter and Isaac do on the venerable Velocet? 561. Callum Short's got this one on 42.43. 42.80 for Cameron in second. 43.92 for Guy Ursel third. So it's KTM from Aprilia from Husqvarna in this class. Do we have a time for 5:61? Pete Isaac, I don't know that we do. 5:90. 46.39. Keith Haynes, 61. Moving into the next class. Line 1, which is Tom Short, 41.57 this morning, and a 41.48 this afternoon. Finds 900ths of a second, but his challenge comes from 3, which is Tommy Hodges, and he's in the 41s as well, a 41.99 for Tommy Hodges, so not quite as quick as before. So 41.48 takes it from 41.67, unless Paul Jeffrey on 4 can come up with something. He comes up with a 42.82. Not as quick as before. 7. Jamie Mitchell on the AMS 62cc all the way up from Truro has done a 44.32. Not as quick as the first runs. 8 is Peter Short, 44.31. Not as quick as his 43. 7.10 is Mark Williams, 48.81. Not as quick. A couple more in this class to go. 7.44 Chris Keats has got to the top, 44.34 before. And this time it's a 44.52. Not as quick by 1300ths of a second. What can 7.63 Josh Williams do? 7.44 time. Failure first time for this. 7.70, a 47.53. Slipped by 3/10. So a few more to run. By 9. Dave Norris on the 790 KTM, 43.71. 803. Simon Wilson on even bigger KTM, 51.43. No, he's lost a second and a bit, second 3/4. Bigger bikes at the moment struggling to go any quicker. 818 Stu Mills on the Aprilia Tuono 1100cc. The bike to now handle up the hill. And 818 45.75. Small improvement, but a valuable one. Probably stays third in class with that. I would probably place second in class with that, in fact, to Dave Norris. 864, 51.50. Peter Ford, 54. And 881, 52.94. Sidecars are on the way. (969) Simon and Jane Foster, 44.24 before. 45.78. 45. This time through. They're the class winners. Now we've got Kevin Sargil on the Wendell Kawasaki, local team from Weymouth. So we get here, national champion Simon Jane Foster with the F2 outfit, 44.24 this morning. It's the vast majority of the cars. 88 time for the last couple through. 58, 87. Just a little bit slower than before. So there you go. Simon and Jane Foster won that class. Previous class would have been Dave Norris on a 43.37 from Stu Mills on 45.75. Class before that, Tom Schultz 41.48 pipped Tommy Hodges 41.67 and the 42.26 of Paul Jeffrey. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this 500 Owners Association Hillclimb for 2025. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been a little trying at times, but a huge vote of thanks to our marshals as ever and officials for doing their best to get this through as quickly as possible. Obviously had a little bit of an oil down later on and some unreliability, but happens at speed events. Remains for me to say that there will be a prize giving in the paddock, and that is going to be my competitors signing on by the marquees where he signed on this morning, ladies and gentlemen. And the prize giving will take place at approximately 6:20. Well, it's 6:05 now. So about 15 minutes time, something like that. Come to please at the bottom of the paddock and receive your awards. Big thank you to everyone for coming, for our marshals, our officials, our medical cover, and everyone else who was here to make this a super day speed hill climbing. Remember that there's another one tomorrow, and that will be the Vintage Sports Car Club's annual Wiscombe Park Hillclimb. We look forward very much to rejoining you then. So from me, Marcus White, good night. Safe home if you're driving home, and if you're coming back in the morning, look forward to welcoming you again to what promises to be another glorious day here in South Devon. Good night.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
2 Brownie Jack. Expect to see the Marley Cotton Special get some really solid.
Right, 864, 49.10. Time for bike 974, 57.53. Bike 974, 57.53. Time for bike 988, 61.41. Bike 988, 61.41.
The right car. See Gary Clare going down towards the start with the granny. That's actually 11 front car. 49 then. Just away.
Yeah, it's 2049. 49, right. 49.6, right. I need to be that then. You will do it.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1 this morning. The first batch, you're required at paddock exit, please. That's drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1. First batch this morning, you're required at paddock exit, please.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a glorious Wiscombe Park for this 36th 500 Owners Association Hillclimb, and we've got a fantastic day ahead of us with both cars and motorcycles in action. It's more than just the 500s and the V-twins. It's a wide-ranging entry, and the first half of the splendid annual Hillclimb weekend here at Wiscombe Classic Weekend with Vintage Sports Car Club in action tomorrow. My name is Marcus Pye, and I'm in the commentary box outside Wiscombe House, and got a view of the start line through the first corner, and then up towards the gate where competitors go zigzagging through the forest to saw bench hairpin, then up the top straight, come straight towards March. It's a wonderful course, and one which I've had many very pleasant days out over as journalist and competitor. Channel, which is brilliant, and we'll try to keep up with all the action as we go through the day. Of course, when we come to the timed runs proper, that will be the end of this batch of cars. And then the competitors come out in force. Come away up towards saw bench hairpin, down the gearbox, turns in, and made a very handy fit of that, because the slightly shot up the top straight arrives at Martini Corner. Sprite's this one and the after. Robert, short for special. That goes down by following up the target. 41 of the side, 947. Couple of points. 7, 1. And 44, 62, 36. And that is Andrew Briggs. Otherwise 12-4.
That was frustrating.
Goes the cadets with the finish. 63.76. Now open line.
Another Owners 2, but 50.57 for car 69, which is Robin Harcourt Smith with the 1934 Fraser Nash Shelsley, one of the Norris specials the Norris brothers built. 122. Is 39, which is Simon Callaway with the Riley Sprite, followed by 40, which is Sarah Callaway with another Sprite, 37 and 36 cars respectively. 112 years old. 13 car on the hill here at Wiscombe Park. Officials at the start line would have waited a bit longer.
Find you back.
Trike. 49 meanwhile, 48 to 59.74.
Yeah.
49, 59, 78. 50, 52. Brownie Jack. Expect to see the Riley Common Special get some really solid.
Right, 864, 49.10. Time for bike 974, 57.53. Bike 974, 57.53. Time for bike 988, 61.41. Bike 988, 61.41.
Into the right car, see Gary Clare going down towards the start with Owen Granny. That best is left start. 49 then, just away.
Yeah, it's 2049. 49, right. 49.6, right. I need to be that then. You will, don't you? Yeah.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1 this morning. The first batch, you're required at paddock exit, please. That's drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1. First batch this morning, you're required at paddock exit, please.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a glorious Wiscombe Park for this 36th 500 Owners Association Hillclimb, and we've got a fantastic day ahead of us with both cars and motorcycles in action. It's more than just the 500s and the V-twins. It's a wide-ranging entry, and the first half of the splendid annual Hillclimb weekend here at Wiscombe Classic Weekend with Vintage Sports Car Club in action tomorrow. My name is Marcus Pye, and I'm in the commentary box outside Wiscombe House, and got a view of the start line through the first corner, and then up towards the gate where competitors go zigzagging through the forest to Sawbench hairpin, then up the top straight. Come straight towards March. It's a wonderful course, and one which I've had many very pleasant days out as journalist and editor. Pat Jennings on national. here, which is going out on the YouTube channel, which is brilliant, and we'll try to keep up with all the action as we go through the day. Of course, when we come to the timed runs proper, that will be the end of this batch of cars. And then the Vintagens come out in force. Come away up towards Sawbench hairpin, down the gearbox, turns in, and made a very handy bit of that, because the Irish Fox Trader arrives at Montini Corner. Sprites this one and you not quite so nice tidy as well.
That was frustrating.
63.76. Right.
Another Owners too, but 50.57 for car 69, which is Robin Harcourt Smith with the 1934 Fraser Nash Shelsley, one of the Norris specials the Norris brothers built. 122. Cars coming up to the line is 39, which is Simon Callaway with the Riley Sprite, followed by 40, which is Sarah Callaway with another Sprite, 37 and 36 cars respectively. Race 10 horsepower. To date is this car 112 years old. 13 car on the hill here at Wiscombe Park. Officials at the start line would have waited a bit longer.
Find you back.
airfit. 12 track. 49 meanwhile. 48 to 59.74.
Yeah.
49, 59, 50, 52. Brownie Jack. Expect to see the Warren Common Special get some really solid.
By 864, 49.10. Time for bike 974, 57.53. Bike 974, 57.53. Time for bike 988, 61.41. Bike 988, 61.41.
The end of the rider car, you see Gary Clare going down towards the start with the granite. That's actually limited to 2 car. 49 then, just away.
Yeah, it's 2049. 49, right. 49.6, right. I need to be that then. You will do it.
Attention paddock, looking for drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1 this morning. The first batch, you're required at paddock exit, please. That's drivers in batch 6, which was batch 1. First batch this morning, you're required at paddock exit, please.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a glorious Wiscombe Park for this 36th 500 Owners Association Hillclimb, and we've got a fantastic day ahead of us with both cars and motorcycles in action. It's more than just the 500s and the V-twins. It's a wide-ranging entry, and the first half of the splendid annual Hillclimb weekend here at Wiscombe, the classic weekend with Vintage Sports Car Club in action tomorrow. My name is Marcus Pye, and I'm in the commentary box outside Wiscombe House, and got a view of the start line through the first corner, and then up towards the gate where competitors go zigzagging through the forest to saw bench hairpin, then up the top straight, come straight towards March. It's a wonderful course, and one which I've had many very pleasant days out over the years as journalist and competitor. Streaming here, which is going out on the YouTube channel, which is brilliant, and we'll try to keep up with all the action as we go through the day. Of course, when we come to the timed runs proper,
the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
And competitions come out in force. Cut our way up towards saw bench hairpin, down the gearbox, turns in, and made a very handy set of that, because the flywish up the top straight and arrives at Montini corner.
UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport.
This one in the
Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every Motorsport